Chapter 1127. This time, Xing Hui sent a very popular young actor to shoot the show with some newcomers. This was a classic way for the old to guide the new, and they made full use of it. They had just started releasing the various characters, but it was already very refreshing. Not only did they have topics to talk about, but they also had fans. It was a good way to ensure a high viewership. Actually, Lin Che also used this method with Mu Firen and the newcomers in the company. However, now that someone had beaten them to it, it made them very angry. These newcomers were all very lively. At this time, as the TV series was about to be broadcasted, they started to post on Weibo to attract fans. At the same time, Xing Hui also posted on Weibo to promote their TV series. However, in the Weibo, they secretly mocked, "We don't have their power or background, but we have our own principles and quality." They were probably very jealous of Lin Che's ability to shoot this kind of TV series and create a gimmick. But they also started to mock them for having a background. If you want to develop yourself, then develop yourself. Why do you have to step on others? Of course, Lin Che didn't agree with them. Lin Che's studio didn't refute them directly. They just quietly released their trailer. The trailer wasn't dazzling at all. It just edited some of the characters' heads and added some nice music to it. Suddenly, it had the style of a blockbuster. It didn't follow the plot, but only focused on the effects. It let people see the exquisite clothes and beautiful scenes. It was a slap to the other party's face. What was a high-quality TV series? They made it with all their heart. It wasn't a TV series that could pass the censorship just because they had a background. When the netizens saw it, they were immediately amazed by the style and the clothes. It was all very beautiful. It wasn't complicated, but it was very exquisite. It wasn't like some ancient TV series where the clothes gave off a modern feeling and made people suddenly jump to the plot. Or it was too complicated and the things on top of the head made people feel tired. Mu Firen's simple appearance made people feel that she was ethereal and beautiful. Although she was almost 30 years old, she looked like an 18-year-old girl, exuding a kind of cute energy. Most of the audience had never seen Mu Firen acting in this kind of TV series, so they felt that it was very novel. Originally, they didn't think that she was suitable for this kind of role, but now they realized that they were too narrow-minded. Many actors were like this, and they were the ones who couldn't adapt to it, not the actors. Very quickly, Starlight also made their move. They released their super exquisite trailer. The trailer looked very beautiful, and it was accompanied by sad music. It made people feel very romantic. The people from Lin Che's company said indignantly, "Aren't they deliberately looking for trouble? You guys do what we do." Really? Of the two films, one focused on shocking the audience, while the other focused on sadness. The competition was really lively. After that, because two different platforms had purchased two different online dramas, the two websites started to compete with each other. When one company made a big screen advertisement, the other company bought a subway advertisement. When one company started to do interviews, the other company started to do special topics. The netizens also started to vote for the online dramas of the two companies. Which one do you think is better? However, not long after, Starlight wanted to seize the market first, so they aired it a week earlier. Originally, the script was also a big IP. People were looking forward to the novel, so when the TV series was released, many people naturally went to click on it. In an instant, the ratings of the TV series broke through. The people from Lin Che's agency were also very angry. However, when they saw the number of hits, they were very envious. Did they do it themselves? Really, they grabbed the perfect timing. They didn't even inform us beforehand. However, seeing that the ratings of the TV series had increased, everyone was envious. Unfortunately, the first few episodes of Surprise Dress had not been completed. It was estimated that there were still 2 weeks before it was released. They could only watch helplessly as soon as the show went on air. The female lead also became popular all of a sudden. She was praised like a goddess, saying how she was a beauty that was hard to come by in 100 years. Her face was exquisite and flawless. They even compared her to Lin Che, saying that she would definitely be the next Lin Che. When the people from Lin Che's agency heard this, they were even more furious. Sigh, it was fine if they wanted to promote themselves, but they actually wanted to pull Lin Che into it. Once the ratings of the TV series increased, there would definitely be a wave of activities, promotions, and programs in the future. However, although the ratings of the TV series were good, there was endless criticism. At the beginning, the trailer that they played was too beautiful. However, the actual movie was completely incomparable. There were many 50-cent effects, many repetitive plots, and the adaptation of the novel was also very messy. Many fans were very disappointed. At the beginning, they were very excited, but later on, they were very disappointed. Especially when there was a costume drama that actually had a lot of modern advertisements. It was really disappointing. However, by this time, the ratings had already increased. Anyway, they had received the money that they deserved and their name had already been spread. This was the situation in the country. Many TV series in the country were like this. The criticism and the ratings increased together. The more people scolded the TV series, the more popular it would be. Lin Che watched at home and felt angry for a moment. However, she had seen the TV series that her agency had edited. She was worried that even if she worked hard, she still couldn't beat them. She was so anxious that her lips were blistered. Gu Jingze woke up early to give her some medicine. Looking at the red blisters on her lips, he shook his head and said, "Why are you so anxious? The filming has already been done. The ratings are not something that you can control." Lin Che was also very upset. "I don't want to, but I get angry just looking at it. This Starlight Corporation is too annoying. They came to interfere at this time. They are deliberately making things difficult for us." It was the summer holidays, a good time for the ratings to skyrocket. They also wanted to take advantage of the summer holidays to take a gamble, but unexpectedly, Qing Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere. Gu Jingze said, "If you can't put your mind at ease, don't do TV series in the future, and don't start a company. This kind of thing will happen often in the future. Do you want to be so upset every time?" Lin Che pouted. "Isn't it my first time? In the future. I really don't want to do TV series in the future. It's too annoying." Although that was what he said, this TV series had to be done seriously. Lin Che told the company to maintain the progress and not to be affected by others. They had to do it at their own pace. Not long after, the editing of the TV series was finally done. Lin Che and Mu Firen went to watch the final results together. They were very satisfied. They even took a photo together and posted it on Weibo. Chapter 11:28. The photo only showed her upper body, so her belly couldn't be seen. Lin Che, who hadn't posted anything on Weibo for a long time, received a lot of attention as soon as he posted it. Many people asked her what she had been doing recently and why she stopped acting. Did she quit the entertainment industry? Why didn't she show up? However, when they saw her with Mu Firen, they immediately thought of the TV series they had worked together. Many people also asked how the TV series was doing and when it would be aired. The popularity of the TV series increased, which laid the foundation for the first airing on Tuesday. However, it was much less popular than the TV series produced by Xing Hui. Many people also reminded Lin Che on Weibo, saying that Xing Hui's glory was on the air, and that the TV series should be aired later and not to compete with them. The fans didn't want Lin Che to compete with them, but they didn't want to lose. However, Lin Che's company had already decided on the airing time, and they didn't want to change it because of anything else. Anyway, as Gu Jingzi said, the TV series had been filmed, and the audience's reaction was the only thing that mattered. A few days later, it was finally time for the TV series to start airing. The online TV series was going to be aired at 8 p.m. on time. All of a sudden, all the video websites were playing the advertisement of the TV series. As soon as they clicked on it, they could see the promotional poster. It was the first episode and a pilot episode, which introduced the concept of broadcasting while filming. In an instant, the number of hits for the first episode increased. With the title of Mu Firen's first TV series after his comeback, the number of hits for the first episode wouldn't be too bad. However, whether the number of hits would increase or decrease slowly depended on the TV series. Everyone held their breath, and when it was 12 p.m., the number of hits had exceeded 80 million. All of a sudden, everyone was relieved. If the number of hits was only about 10 million, the TV series would be finished. However, it was still uncertain whether it could be compared with Xing Hui's Glory. Many media outlets were paying attention to the TV series, and they felt it was strange when they saw the number of hits. After clicking on the TV series, they realized that the TV series was really well made. The first episode was less than half an hour, and the story was compact and the scenes were funny. At the same time, the main plot was enough to make people look forward to watching it. The comments on the internet immediately came out. Some people said that Mu Firen's performance was really surprising. She had originally thought that she wasn't suitable for this kind of role, but she didn't see Mu Firen's shadow in Enrich. All she saw was a playful female lead that was very likable. The intricate production also made many people feel that this TV series was a show with a conscience. It was unlike Glory, which only had exquisite posters. Their posters and promo were completely made according to the scenes in the TV series. If it was just Enrich alone, it wouldn't be that obvious. But with Glory as a comparison, the effect was obvious. One look was enough to tell which one was meticulously made, and which one was a cheap special effect. Everyone's word-of-mouth comments on the internet were out soon. The broadcast time of 2 episodes a week was obviously not enough. The next day, the click-through rate doubled, reaching 160 million clicks, which made people even more amazed. At the same time, everyone saw the pilot episode and knew that it would be filmed and broadcast at the same time. The voices calling for the TV series to be filmed quickly rose. The voices of people guessing the future plot and asking the scriptwriter to arrange the plot for them also increased. In an instant, the number of discussions on the internet overshadowed Xing Hui's Glory. The viewership rate also reversed and surpassed Glory. Glory was a weekly TV series with 2 episodes a week. It was broadcast at different times from Enrich. Enrich was on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, while Glory was on Thursdays and Glory was on Thursdays. Logically speaking, they wouldn't clash, but after watching Enrich, people immediately felt that Glory wasn't very good. Xing Hui was probably furious, but they couldn't blame anyone. After all, they had rushed to produce the TV series in order to broadcast before Enrich. Hence, the production seemed a little rushed. The audience these days weren't stupid. They could tell which was good and which wasn't. Of course, they would choose the one that was serious about it. Hype could create temporary popularity, but it couldn't create lasting viewership. That was for sure. After the word-of-mouth of Glory worsened, the click-through rate of Glory dropped by a lot. This time, it was Xing Hui's turn to be anxious. At first, those who didn't think highly of Lin Che and their short TV series also started to regret it. Because of this experiment, the director of the TV series, Nan Gongyu, became famous once again. Everyone wanted to interview him and ask him what was going on with this mode of filming and broadcasting at the same time. They also wanted to ask him how he came up with this idea in the first place and if he thought that the viewership would be so good and the effects would be so good. But Nan Gongyu was still busy filming and didn't have time to accept the interview. When the other directors saw this, they didn't expect it either. Thinking about how Lin Che had asked them one by one, they were worried that it wouldn't be good and rejected them all. Only now did they realize that Nan Gongyu had become the first person to create this kind of TV series. It was a good name for him. Back then, because they were afraid, they missed out on a highly acclaimed TV series. What a pity. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. In an instant, Lin Che received a lot of congratulatory calls. In the past, she had received these congratulatory calls when she was an actor. This was the first time she had received these congratulations for producing a TV series. Lin Che had mixed feelings. However, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't happy. Being able to be so successful made her feel a lot happier. It was a pity that her belly was big now and she couldn't move much. She didn't go to the set much, lest something really happened. It was the same for Gu Jingze. Because her belly was too big, he was always by her side and rarely went to the office. Lin Che wanted to say that she was fine, but Gu Jingze stubbornly stayed by her side, bringing her tea and water every day, so she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Gu Jingze, a dignified CEO, pouring hot water for her and even bringing it to her side, Lin Che felt very emotional. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Tell me, you're a dignified CEO." "How embarrassed am I to do this?" Gu Jingze said. "Aren't you a popular person now? It's my honor to take care of you." "Ha, you even know how to tease people." Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Chapter 11:29. He put the cup aside and sat down with his arms around Lin Che. "Am I wrong?" Lin Che also thought that the TV series would be so successful. Although he had expected it, he didn't expect it to be so good. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dream. But Gu Jingze knew that she would definitely succeed. He had always known it. Although Lin Che was usually silly, she was very talented in certain areas. Gu Jingze knew that as long as she was serious, she would succeed. She was quite sensitive in this aspect. Of course, she was also very lucky. For example, this time, if it wasn't for the fact that someone else had made a rubbish TV series first, her TV series might not have been so good and there might have been bad reviews. That was the extent of her luck. The situation with Mu Firen was the same. Originally, she had already received a lot of attention as it was her first TV series after her comeback. She didn't expect that she would gain so much all of a sudden, so naturally, more reporters wanted to contact her and interview her. Mu Firen felt that her phone was about to explode from the calls, so she asked her agent to stop a lot of them. Actually, the company had arranged programs for the crew and the 2 TV series were carefully selected. Because there were a lot of programs available for them to choose from, they naturally chose the 2 that had a good reputation and high ratings. They didn't plan to participate in the other programs because they didn't have time to participate in them one by one. Secondly, they were afraid that the audience would be disgusted if they participated in too many of them. After all, filming while broadcasting was the most troublesome thing. Time was too tight, so in order to ensure the quality, everyone had to work overtime in groups. Mu Firen was so busy that she didn't have time to deal with the media. The media only accepted one interview. In the interview, she appeared on the screen generously. She was still as domineering as before, but she looked more relaxed now. She seemed to be in a much better state than before. She was just a little tired, but she was still very happy. In the past, the reporters were always worried that she would lose her temper, because whenever they saw her, they would think that she was pulling a long face. However, Mu Firen had never really lost her temper. Even if she was in a bad mood, she would still cooperate with them. Now, although she was busy and tired every day, she was in a good mood, so she naturally felt much more relaxed. On the show, she smiled at the reporters and said, "You guys have worked hard, coming all the way here to film." The reporter hurriedly said, "How could that be? I heard that we're the only ones here for an interview. After all, the TV series is really too popular. Then, you guys were busy filming, hoping to let the audience see the next episodes as soon as possible. It's also very tiring and busy, so we definitely came at your time. Otherwise, the audience would want to kill us." The reporter was naturally very happy. It was already good enough to be able to interview them. Who cared how far they had to travel? The reporter looked at Mu Firen and said, "The drama that you've made since your comeback has become so impressive. It has really stopped all the doubtful voices from before. Have you ever thought that this drama would become so popular now? Of course I've been weird before, but I've never thought about it before. We're just shooting something that we want to shoot. I hope that we can do it sincerely and get something out of it. What do you want to say to the audience now? I hope that the audience will continue to pay attention to us. Our plot will be even more exciting later on. Every episode will have a highlight, and the feudal lords that you like will also have some exposed skin in every episode. I won't spoil it." She was referring to the male lead of the drama. He was playing the role of a feudal lord in the drama. Right now, he was overjoyed. The first male lead that he had taken on was so successful, and it had become so popular all of a sudden. It could be said that his future as a star was going to change drastically. This was probably what it felt like to become famous overnight. While the interview was going on, the atmosphere at Xinghui wasn't as good. In Xinghui's office, the boss, Fu Lina, slammed the table and said, "Look, they've caught up from behind. How can you guys be so shameless?" No one dared to say anything and could only mutter, "They didn't rush us so much, of course the production will be good." Yeah, and Lin Che's family's reputation has always been good. Lin Che doesn't lack money. Fu Lina didn't hear these words. She just looked at the statistics and raged. She slammed the table and said, "Our investors want us to produce results. Now that the viewership ratings have been overshadowed, let's just forget about it. No matter how good Mu Firen is, he's already so old and has a lot of limitations. Our Wang Zhu is very popular now, and the drama hasn't ended yet. Let's strike while the iron is hot and quickly promote her. Lin Che isn't going to come out now either. Since Mu Firen is the only one in their company and the newcomer is a man, he can't be compared to us. Let's suppress them first and become the first." The company's employees could only curse in their hearts. They thought to themselves that they were comparing their newcomer to Mu Firen. However, the higher-ups had said that they had to promote her. They also knew that Wang Zhu had connections in the higher-ups, and that was why the company was trying so hard to promote her. Hence, they had no choice but to spend a lot of money and use all their resources to promote her. Seeing that the drama was effective, Lin Che wasn't so anxious anymore. He left it to the people in the company to handle first. Her belly was getting bigger and bigger, so all she wanted was to rest well and prepare for childbirth. At the same time, Li Mingyu had also settled down. When Gu Jingzi came in and saw that Lin Che had put down the phone, he asked her, "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "Li Mingyu really sent his child to Nian Nian's kindergarten." "Really?" "I saw that he's looking for a place to set up his company," Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che said, "Set up a company?" Gu Jingzi nodded. "He wants to move a branch of the company to Country C. He just found a piece of real estate to build a building." "Alright, it looks like he's really going to settle down here," Gu Jingze said. As long as he's honest, I won't stop him. Lin Che sighed. How can he be honest? I think it'll be a little difficult, but he doesn't seem like he'll do anything to harm us. It's just that he seems a little perverted. Gu Jingze pressed on her shoulder. Moreover, I didn't do anything to him and let him make friends with you. It's also because you really need some connections. With these connections, you'll have more confidence at home. Lin Che looked at him. You mean, compared to Xuemingqi? Yes. She has some prestige in each family, mainly because she's on good terms with some of the women in each family. Speaking of which, Gu Jingze was a little depressed. Lin Che wasn't on good terms with those women, but with her, they were all grown men. Why did these men keep pestering her for no reason? However, he also believed that there wouldn't be any problems with Lin Che. He could only say that there was something wrong with these men. Gu Jingze thought that with Lin Che's carefree personality, it probably wasn't easy for him to hang out with these women. However, this kind of pure and innocent personality made it easy for him to become buddies with these men. Chapter 1130. Lin Che hadn't thought about that. I haven't seen her doing anything recently. Don't think too much about it. I was just casually mentioning it to you. What you should do now is to take good care of your body. Lin Che rubbed her belly. She didn't know that her current body was really scary. She was still so skinny, but her belly was so big. It made people worry. These days, even the servants were very careful when they looked at her. They were much more attentive than before. Gu Jingze didn't want to say anything else to make Lin Che worry. At this moment, looking at her body, he only felt that she could fall at any time. Such a heavy belly, pressed against such a small body, it really made people feel uncomfortable. So, Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He felt that the more she didn't move, the stranger it would be. He was afraid that she was doing something behind the scenes that they didn't know. So, he had to keep an eye on the people around Lin Che. The closer it was to the end, the more important things would be. If he didn't take good care of them and something really happened, he would be doomed. If that happened, Gu Jingze would never forgive him. Lin Che went out for a walk in the afternoon. At this time, he couldn't stay in the room all the time. He needed to go out for a walk. He couldn't be lazy in the future, otherwise, he would suffer during the birth. Gu Jingze knew that too, so he agreed that Lin Che wanted to go out for a walk. However, he had to go to a safe place and couldn't go far. Lin Che and Yu Minmin had agreed to meet up nearby, but Yu Minmin stood him up halfway. She didn't care about it. Yu Minmin's child suddenly fell sick and she called her back urgently. The child's matter was naturally her first priority. She would definitely understand. After Yu Minmin left, Lin Che didn't want to go anywhere else, so he continued to walk there. When he walked over, he saw a porcelain shop and went in to have a look. At this moment, Mu Firen called. She picked up the phone and said, "Aren't you filming today? Why are you so free to call? I'm asking how long until your due date is. No matter how busy I am, I can't forget about this matter." "Oh, there's still a month." "It's still early," Lin Che said. "It's not early either. A lot of things have to be prepared, but your family should be almost ready." "Yes, I checked it a few days ago. Everything is ready." "Are you still so busy with filming?" "I haven't gone to see the effects recently. However, Nangong Yu should be doing very well, so I don't have to worry about him." "Yeah, Nangong has been going crazy recently. He's rushing every day. After filming, he goes to watch the editing. It's like he's doing two people at once. If that's the case, it seems that I should find another director to help him. It's too tiring to work alone." But it's not easy to find a director who can keep up with his pace. Lin Che stood there, thinking for a moment. He turned around, but he didn't expect to bump into something. Bang! "Oh, you've broken our stuff," someone called from behind. Lin Che looked back. Wasn't that right? A blue porcelain was already on the ground. The shop assistant hurriedly ran over and looked up. It was actually Lin Che. She had thought that she had seen wrongly, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed Lin Che. However, his stomach was so big. She had already thought of something. She had retired and was pregnant. Lin Che hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Hurry and see how much it is. I'll pay for it." The shop assistant's eyes turned and looked at the porcelain on the ground. It wasn't actually worth much. It was the cheapest type in the room and was estimated to be only 20,000 yuan. However, this was still a large sum for them. They only got 60 yuan as commission for each one they sold, and their salary was so little. Seeing Lin Che, she thought of something. She said to Lin Che, "Wait a moment. I'll go in and ask how much it costs. I'll pay you according to the purchase price." Lin Che smiled and said, "Thank you so much." The shop assistant went inside and pulled another shop assistant over. "The person outside is Lin Che." "Ah, really? It can't be. Her stomach is so big. Yeah, looks like she's not coming out to film because she wants to give birth. I really didn't expect that. Yeah, she broke our things. We can probably." She said something softly. The other shop assistant was a little scared. "No way. This is only 20,000 yuan. She said it was so expensive. It's already broken anyway. We can just say it's tens of thousands. She knows which one it is. She was the one who broke it in the first place. Moreover, celebrities are so rich. I heard that they can earn hundreds of thousands just by going out. She's so famous, so she must be even richer. But what if she doesn't want to? Look, there are so many people following her. Why would she not want to? Coincidentally, she's pregnant. She definitely doesn't want us to expose this. Otherwise, she'll be the one in trouble. Since she didn't tell the media, she probably wants to keep it a secret. Now that we have a handle on her, she wants to shut our mouths, so she has to pay for it. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, she'll be done for." The other person thought about it and agreed. A small matter involving a celebrity would be a big deal if it was reported on the internet. "What do we do now?" "Watch me." The shop assistant went out. Seeing that Lin Che was still waiting there, she said to him, "Lin Che, right? We looked at the price. It's 400,000 yuan internally. So expensive." Lin Che looked around. There were indeed many expensive porcelains here. It was just that this one looked quite small and he didn't know how much it cost. Looking at the ones that were about the same size, they probably cost tens of thousands of yuan. She said, "Is there a price tag for me to see?" The shop assistant said, "No, we only have one for each stock." Lin Che said, "Then how do I know if it's real or fake?" Even though she was the one who broke the thing, she couldn't just pay for it in a daze. She wasn't that stupid. Seeing this, the shop assistant pulled a long face and said, "Our shop has a good reputation. Moreover, you did break our thing, so it's good enough for you to pay for it at the original price. In our shop, if you steal, you'll be fined 3 times, and if you break, you'll be fined 2 times. This is to prevent people from stealing things here. The things in our shop are all very expensive." Lin Che chuckled and looked at her. "What do you mean? Do you mean that you think highly of me if I pay for it at the original price?" The shop assistant said, "Of course. Lin Che, you'd better hurry up and compensate us. Otherwise, when our store manager comes, you'll be in trouble. This isn't an ordinary matter. Such an expensive item has been broken. If things get out of hand, no one will be able to stop it. Chapter 1131. Lin Che could tell that they wanted her to compensate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her go. I didn't say that I wouldn't pay. I just want to see how much it costs. Can't I? She felt very apologetic. Her stomach was big, so when she moved, the curve was also big. She didn't notice it for a moment, and now she was so clumsy and clumsy. She felt very angry. But she felt that the thing shouldn't be worth so much. The shop assistant looked at her and said directly, "All right, I'll put it this way. It won't be good for you if you make a big deal out of it. No one knows that you're pregnant now. Let me tell you, we can't guarantee that people won't find out. After all, you've made a big deal out of it. You broke our things and refused to pay us. If we call the police, you won't be able to hide your stomach anymore." Lin Che looked at her angrily. "You mean that if I don't pay you, you'll make a big deal out of it?" "Of course. I'm just a small shop assistant. I won't be able to pay you back no matter how many years you give me. If you don't pay me back, we can only make a big deal out of it. I can't say that we'll make a big deal out of it, but we'll definitely call the police. Once the police are called, as a celebrity, everything will be known. We can't guarantee that." Lin Che looked at her. Before he could say anything, she said again, "Sigh, you're a celebrity. You earn so much money. Do you still need to think about this bit of money?" Lin Che said, "Is this a bit? This bit? 400,000 isn't a small amount. I won't give it to you so easily. You'd better show me some evidence." "Ha, I can't prove it. If I did, I'd have to look for our shop manager. When that happens, I can't guarantee that you won't be exposed. You'd better think about it quickly. There are people coming and going here. If someone sees you later, I can't guarantee that they won't come in and take pictures. You've definitely broken something, so you can't not pay me back." Lin Che said, "I didn't say that I wouldn't pay you back, but you have to give me a reasonable price. This is the lowest price I can offer. What else do you want?" At this moment, Lin Che saw that there seemed to be someone secretly peeking inside from behind. When the shop assistant saw this, she purposely raised her voice, "You're so famous and yet you're not willing to fork out this little bit of money. Even if you're a celebrity, you still have to fork out money. You earn money as a celebrity, but we earn money by selling goods. We don't earn as much as you do. You earn so much money, you can't cheat us little shop assistants, right? Even celebrities can't earn money, right?" Wasn't she purposely causing trouble? At the side, Lin Che's men were about to make a move. Suddenly, someone called from behind. Are you? He turned around and saw that Qin Qing had actually walked in. Lin Che was stunned. Qin Qing asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Che looked at the shop assistant opposite him. The shop assistant didn't know Qin Qing. She just felt that he was strangely handsome and looked like a rich man. She didn't know if he was one of her lovers. "Hey, you guys know each other. She broke our things and refused to pay." Qin Qing snorted. She looked down at the things on the ground and said, "Call the police. Tell them I broke them. I want to see how much they're worth." I'll really call the police," the shop assistant said. Qin Qing said nonchalantly, "Go ahead." The shop assistant looked at Qin Qing. "Hey, are you with her? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. Who do you think you are?" Are you a gigolo raised by her? Ha, this shop is here and you don't know who I am. The shop assistant was still in a daze. Then, she saw the mall manager running over. CEO Chin, the shop assistant was shocked. This person was, Chin said, this shop. Look at this shop assistant. The manager was stunned. He looked at the shop assistant angrily. How did you offend CEO Chin? CEO Chin. Could he be the CEO of the mall? CEO Chin of the Chin Corporation. Chin didn't stay any longer. She said to Lin Che, let's go out and talk. Lin Che looked at the shop assistant whose face was pale. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Lin Che nodded and said, let's go then. They went outside. Lin Che looked at Chin. Thank goodness you came. Chin was happy to be able to help her. He smiled and said, this is my family's mall. I was upstairs. My men said they saw you, so I hurried over to take a look. You're really here? Yeah, I came out for a walk, she said. Chin thought about what happened last time and still felt very sorry. He took advantage of this opportunity to help her, and he was very happy. He thought that perhaps through this opportunity, he could patch things up with her and not be awkward anymore. Just then, he heard someone call Chin's name from behind. Chin, you're here. Lin Che and Chin turned around together. They saw someone who Lin Che thought looked familiar walking over. When the gorgeous woman in the fiery red dress saw Lin Che, she was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. Did he know her? She said, hello. Seeing her dumbfounded look, the person quickly smiled and said, Lin Che, you forgot about me. I'm your classmate. Classmate. Lin Che took a closer look, and as expected, he immediately remembered. She was her classmate, but she really couldn't remember her name. Because she had too many classmates, and so many years had passed, she was still pregnant for 3 years. Hello. I'm sorry. You're so beautiful. I can't remember any classmate of mine who was so good-looking. She was so good at talking. The other party's smile became even warmer. Lin Che, you're really different. You're so good at talking. I'm Lu Yen. I used to sit behind you. Hearing that, Lin Che suddenly remembered. Oh, there was such a person. But forgive her, but she really couldn't remember any interaction between them. It was probably because she didn't have many friends in school. So he looked at her and said apologetically, I forgot for a moment. Seriously, you've changed so much. You're the one who has changed. Why didn't Lu Yen notice her stomach? Your stomach. You're pregnant. Lin Che smiled. She said, I always see you on TV, but you haven't been around for a while. I was wondering why you disappeared. Turns out you went to take care of the baby. Really, let's go sit down later. I came to find Chin because I have something important to discuss with her. I didn't expect to see you. Let's go and take a look. Chin said, then let's go sit down first. Lin Che couldn't refuse, so he nodded. Chin reached out and held her arm. Lin Che wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He smiled faintly. But he didn't know that there was a flash behind him. In an instant, it disappeared. Chapter 1132. He helped Lin Che up, and she said, it's okay. I can do it myself. Then, he let go of her immediately. Looking at Lin Che, he knew that he wanted to be intimate with her, but he had no right to do so. He could only sigh and let it go. Lin Che was followed by her bodyguards, but Lu Yanyan didn't think much of it. Which celebrity didn't have a few bodyguards? Besides, she was a superstar. However, Lu Yanyan still remembered that Lin Che was the person that Lin Li looked down on the most. Now that Lin Li suddenly disappeared and the Lin family didn't mention it, who knew if it had anything to do with her? She and Lin Li had a good relationship back then, and they kept in touch until the day they suddenly lost contact. She didn't know what happened to her. Lin Che was bullied constantly back then, and now she got lucky and became a movie queen. Looking at Lin Che's belly, she knew that the person behind her wasn't a good person. She guessed that he was a rich man from a wealthy family, hiding like this and retiring immediately after becoming a movie queen. Who knew if he already had a wife, so he didn't want others to know. Lu Yanyan turned around and said, "We have 2 classmates with us. You guys go in first. It's the shop inside. I'll be there soon." Qing nodded and said, "Hurry up." Lin Che turned around, but he felt that something was wrong. He turned back and gave Dongzi a look. It wasn't that she was sensitive, but she had to be careful in everything she did, so she had to be careful. Dongzi immediately obeyed and quietly walked away. Lin Che and Qing went in together. Outside, Lu Yanyan was on the phone, saying, "Lin Che is here. Don't worry, it's just her. There's also Qing. You guys will know when you come. Her belly is big. We'll embarrass her later. I'm going to do something to her cup." It's not a big deal. It's not poison, just some laxative, a strong one. We'll embarrass her in public. Let's see how she's going to be a big star then. Alright, hurry up. We'll secretly do it later. Let her drink it and give her the cup in the middle. We'll drink the rest first. After a while, Dongzi came back and whispered something in Lin Che's ear. Lin Che smiled faintly and waved. Qing asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "Nothing. Just something happy." Lin Che seemed to recall that this person seemed to have some sort of relationship with Lin Li back then. Was he here to take revenge for Lin Li? They had bullied her quite a bit back then. Did they still think that she was the same Lin Che that they could bully as they pleased? Yes, she was still Lin Che, but she wasn't someone they could bully as they pleased. Soon, Lu Yanyan and Lin Che came back. Lin Che, I haven't seen you in years. Lin Che. Lin Che, you. The two of them appeared to be even more enthusiastic. When they saw Lin Che, they excitedly walked over. Lin Che, Li to Lin to Lin. Lin to. Ming, and youth to Lin you. As you. S to Chen and to. Lin Che, T the Chen to and to Che, Lin. It's hard on you. Everyone smiled as they looked at Lin Che. Suddenly, as if they had just thought of something, they asked, "But why are you the only one playing here? Where's the father?" Lin Che sighed and said deliberately, "I don't know. Anyway, just ignore him. Men are like that. They don't care about anything when it comes to work." Hearing that, the three of them realized that it was true. It seemed that the child's father was indeed shameful, which was why he hid it like this. "Come on, let's eat something. Sit down, sit down." They sat down and looked at Lin Che. They signaled with their eyes to get someone to prepare. After a while, the drinks were served. As expected, there was a cup in the middle and a few cups around it. The three of them had just bribed the people behind them and gave them a lot of money before they agreed to give them laxatives. Just as Lin Che was about to raise his hand to take a cup, it was immediately snatched away by a few people. Someone said, Lin Che, the lemon in the middle is good for pregnancy. Lin Che smiled and said, thank you. Then, he took the lemon and drank it. When they saw that Lin Che had drunk quite a bit in one gulp, they immediately beamed with joy. Unexpectedly, Lin Che had already seen this expression. She snorted, thinking that they thought they were the only ones who could bribe people. If they could bribe people, why couldn't she? Seeing Lin Che finish drinking, the three of them became even more presumptuous. They guessed that the strong laxative would take effect in half an hour after it was finished. They were just waiting for Lin Che to embarrass himself on the spot. When that happened, they would post it online and many people would click on it. Someone asked, Lin Che, who is your child's father? Why don't we have a chat? We've been classmates for so many years and you finally have a family. Why don't you introduce him to us? Lin Che smiled. There's nothing to introduce. Qin Qing thought to herself, yeah, if I introduce him, there's no room for you to talk. Lu Yanyan said, seeing that you're so pretty and famous, the ones you're interested in must be pretty good. They must be rich and powerful. No. Lin Che said. Hey, why don't you introduce him? Tell us. Alright, don't ask, Qin Qing said. Everyone looked at Qin Qing. It seemed that she knew, but she didn't want to say it. Why? How hard was it for her to talk about it? Lu Yanyan snorted and said, Hey, Lin Che, did you go down a crooked path? Lin Che asked purposely, what crooked path? Lu Yanyan said, in the entertainment industry, there aren't many people like this. They find some rich man, but they don't care if he's from a rich family. They think it's easy to get into a rich family. There's another one who gave birth to 3 children but didn't marry into the family in the end. Lin Che, you can't be like that. That's so embarrassing. So what if you don't have money? You ruined your body by giving birth to children. Yeah, you're a big star now. What's the point? As long as you have enough money to spend, it's fine. There's no need to marry into a rich family. How can a rich family be so good? Those men are fickle-minded and disgusting. Some of them even look so ugly. Some are fat and some are thin. Lin Che chuckled. Didn't I say it's not what you think? Chapter 1133. Ha, don't you agree? Bring your man here for us to see. That's right, bring him here for us to see. Lin Che stood up and said, forget it, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Hey, what's wrong, Lin Che? Are you scared? Why are you running? Lu Yanyan raised her hand to pull Lin Che. But unexpectedly, Dongzi's hand moved. She felt as if her hand was about to break, and she jumped to the side with a wail. She covered her arm and shouted, who are you? You know who I am, and you dare to treat me like this. Dongzi looked at her indifferently and retreated. Lu Yanyan shouted angrily, what do you mean, Lin Che? How can you control your subordinates? Lin Che harumphed, what's wrong with my subordinates? They just don't let anyone near me. It's their duty. Ouch. Just then, Lu Yanyan suddenly cried out, feeling a stomachache. It happened very quickly, and she felt as if she was about to let it out. Her eyes moved, and she naturally understood what was going on. She looked at Lin Che in front of her, what did you do to me? Lin Che chuckled, what did I do to you? What's wrong, Yanyan? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look like your stomach isn't feeling well? Lin Che's face was full of concern, but Lu Yanyan's face was deathly pale. She was about to scold him again, but she felt her stomach sink again. Ouch! She cried out and backed away, wishing she could hold down her bottom. But that loud fart still came out uncontrollably. It was very loud, and the people passing by heard it immediately. Her face instantly turned red. The people next to her looked at her in disgust, covered their noses, and hurriedly walked away. She felt even more ashamed. She glanced at Lin Che, who was behind her, then covered her butt and ran out. The people behind her laughed along the way. As for the other two, they only felt that it was unbelievable. Didn't they drug her? Why did it seem like Lu Yanyan was the one who was drugged? Qin Qing finally realized what was going on. She looked at the three of them and asked, "What's going on?" The two women looked at Qin Qing and their faces darkened. "This is our business. You're a man, don't get involved." Lin Che harumphed and said, "When Lu Yanyan comes out, you can ask her. Everything was her idea." The other two were even more shocked. How did she know? In the past, Lin Che wasn't like this. No matter how she manipulated him, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. The current Lin Che, no matter how he looked at it, seemed a little different. At this time, Lu Yanyan came back while cursing. "Lin Che, you wait. What did you do? How dare you?" Lin Che looked at Lu Yanyan. "What did you do to you? What did you do to me? Tell me first, then tell me how you reap what you sow, you." Lu Yanyan mumbled, "That's impossible. How could it be? How could you? I clearly asked someone to release it for you. How could you know?" She really couldn't understand how Lin Che knew about it. Lin Che said, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it." Lu Yanyan said, "Then how did you exchange it for me?" Lin Che said, "If you can bribe people, so can I." Lu Yanyan exclaimed, "That's impossible. I gave him a few 100,000 yuan before he agreed. Unfortunately, the price I offered was higher than yours, so the highest bidder wins." "You? How could you offer a higher price than mine?" Lu Yanyan felt that the price she offered was high enough. Lin Che's price was higher than hers. It was at least a few 100,000 yuan. How could she have so much money? Even a celebrity wouldn't be willing to give someone so much money in one go. She was just bribing someone. Lu Yanyan immediately shouted, "Just you wait, Lin Che. I won't let you off. You'll know the consequences of offending me tomorrow." As Lu Yanyan spoke, her stomach acted up again. Her stomach growled and she almost pooped it out. She hurriedly covered her butt and ran away. The remaining two people were still watching. While feeling strange, they also didn't know what to do. Their plot had been discovered in an instant, and they were even retaliated in such an ugly way. What could they do now? It was only then that Qin Qing realized what was going on. She immediately said to Lin Che, "How could this be? Were they trying to trick you just now?" Lin Che said calmly, "It's okay. I found out long ago. How dare they play tricks like this in front of me? They really think I'm a kitten." Qin Qing was stunned. Seeing Lin Che's indifferent face, she suddenly felt that she couldn't lift her head. In the face of this, Lin Che could retaliate so calmly and didn't look proud at all. Lin Che was indeed no longer the Lin Che of the past. Qin Qing increasingly felt that she couldn't lift her head in front of him. He walked over and said, "I'll send you back. It's still a little dangerous outside, especially now." He pulled Lin Che over and said. However, Lin Che still calmly pushed him away. "No need. Someone's coming to pick me up." Just then, Qin Qing saw that Gu Jingze had already appeared at the door. As soon as she realized that something was wrong, Lin Che had already asked someone to secretly inform Gu Jingze to pick her up. At this moment, he had already arrived. Qin Qing paused and quickly moved back a little. The other two women were still watching. When they saw such a handsome man, they were a little stunned. Lin Che waved at Qin Qing and walked over to Gu Jingze. Qin Qing could only watch from behind. Lin Che walked over. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. How was it? Lin Che chuckled. A perfect counterattack. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Let's go. Gu Jingze grunted. He turned back to look at the two women behind him. A frightening coldness flowed through his eyes. At this moment, Qin Qing also turned back to look at the two women and said, "Figure out the other party's bottom line before you tease him. You guys, I guess tomorrow will be very difficult." Gu Jingze was so protective of Lin Che. How could he let them go so easily? However, now that Lin Che was here, he couldn't do anything. At this moment, Qin Qing also didn't know that misfortune was also descending on her. He turned around and received a call from Xuemingqi. "Qin Qing, come here for a while. I'll wait for you at your house." Qin Qing said, "My house?" "Yeah. There's something interesting that I want to show you. I also want to ask you what's going on." Although Qin Qing was a little impatient, she still agreed. Soon, they reached home. Xuemingqi sat there and looked at Qin Qing. "What's going on between you and Lin Che?" She placed the thing in front of Qin Qing. On it was a photo of Qin Qing and Lin Che just now. Qin Qing looked at it and her heart ached. You followed me." Chapter 1134. Was I following you, or were you so focused on Lin Che that you didn't even notice my secretary following behind me? Qin Qing sat down, feeling even more uncomfortable. He had been discovered, but he didn't seem to care so much anymore. He really couldn't forget Lin Che. Especially now that Lin Che had become so good. He had thought that after being away for so many years, he wouldn't feel anything when he saw her again. But every time they met, he still felt like he couldn't extricate himself. When he saw her, he felt like he had fallen in love with her again. Even every change in her was so fascinating. The current Lin Che was confident, calm, and full of sunshine. He was like the morning sun, shining from the horizon, making people feel as if they were bathing in the sunlight. Looking at him, it was like looking at the sun. He had to admit that he still liked Lin Che. So much that he didn't want to continue with Xuemingqi. When Xuemingqi saw Qin Qing's expression, her heart ached even more. Why? She just wanted to test him. She felt that even if she tested him, the result might not be what she thought it would be. However, that was not the case. Qin Qing really liked Lin Che. She was actually prepared to give up everything they had now for the sake of Lin Che. "Qin Qing, why can't I compare to Lin Che? Why do you want to give up our relationship for him?" Men's feelings really couldn't stand being tested. Qin Qing actually fell in love with Lin Che just by letting them meet a few more times. Qin Qing sat there sullenly. I'm sorry, Mingqi, but I can't control myself. You. What does Lin Che have that makes you so infatuated with him? Xuemingqi couldn't believe it. She was liked by so many people. She already thought highly of Qin Qing, but now Qin Qing actually said that she still liked Lin Che. Qin Qing said, I don't know either. But Xuemingqi couldn't compare to Lin Che. He looked at Lin Che and felt that she was so strong and refreshing. But Xuemingqi's good side made people feel that it was fake and deliberate. So even if she really knew how to behave, he still didn't like her. Xuemingqi gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Qing. Fine, if that's the case. Since that was the case, Xuemingqi snorted. Leave, Qin Qing. Qin Qing looked at her and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Mingqi. Qin Qing actually turned around and walked out. Xue Mingqi leaned against the wall and burst into tears. However, he instantly raised his head and looked outside with hatred. Alright, the first step of the plan was in place, so the second step was, Lin Che, just you wait. I'll make sure your reputation is ruined. Go to hell with Qin Qing. Qin Qing had just walked out when Xue Mingqi called again. Qin Qing. I want to tell you something. Qin Qing said, if there's anything else, just say it. Feeling sorry for Xue Mingqi, he said with guilt. Xue Mingqi said, tomorrow night, Century Building, room 1908. We'll meet there. If there's anything, we'll talk there. Qin Qing thought for a moment. Okay, let's talk when we meet. Qin Qing didn't think of anything else, nor did she think that Xue Mingqi had already planned everything. As for Century Building, that was the place where Lin Che held the celebration party for the crew. Lin Che had been preparing the celebration party for a few days. This was a celebration party that he had taken some time to organize. There wasn't originally going to be one, but considering how successful it was this time, they had to have one no matter what. Therefore, they still spent a night preparing during the break between filming. It could be considered as a form of encouragement for everyone after working so hard for so long. Fortunately, there was a total of 18 episodes for the first season this time. When they finished filming next month, everyone should be able to relax a lot. Although the website was really reluctant, they still respected the crew and let them rest for a while before continuing to prepare for the second season. Lin Che also thought that he could at least go out and meet people at this time. Otherwise, if he really gave birth, he wouldn't be able to come out and meet people until 2 months later. It wouldn't be good to delay the celebration party for 2 months no matter what. Gu Jingze had prepared the best room in Century Building for her. This was her first time making a TV series. She was very happy that it was such a big success, and Gu Jingze knew that. Lin Che called Gu Jingze that night. I'm going to Century Building soon. Are you coming? Gu Jingze said, I'll go after I'm done with work. You go first. Okay. Many people in the crew still didn't know about the relationship between Lin Che and Gu Jingze. She didn't plan to announce it to the media for the time being, but it wasn't a big deal to let the crew meet her. But sometimes, she didn't hide it on purpose. It was just that Gu Jingze was too busy. Most of the time, he couldn't be with her all day. It was fine at home. He could accompany her while working. But once he was outside and he couldn't work, it would be troublesome. Lin Che was a little disappointed. She wanted to accomplish all her achievements together with him. This time, he couldn't come, and it made her feel that she had lost a lot of fighting spirit in her life. Yu Minmin came in from outside. Seeing Lin Che holding the phone with a melancholy expression, she asked, What's wrong? Lin Che pulled herself together. It's nothing. Let's go. She couldn't let the crew think that she was unhappy because of her emotions. Today was a day that had to be happy. Century Building. The circular restaurant on the top floor had been booked. When the actors and crew came in, they all sighed and said, This place is so expensive. Sister Che is too generous. Sister Che is too good to us. Following Sister Che is really good. Everyone suddenly felt that Lin Che was so generous, so talented, and so good. Whether it was her luck or her ideas, they were all outstanding. If they followed her well, they definitely wouldn't go wrong in the future. Moreover, she wasn't like other bosses. No matter how well they developed, they were still very stingy with their employees. She really did it on the inside as well as on the outside. While they were sighing, everyone had already taken their seats. Mu Firen walked in first with Nan Gongyu. Mu Firen was very tired, but she was also very happy. She was usually too busy with work and didn't get to see everyone so happy together. Today, when everyone relaxed together, she really felt successful. Previously, she was so busy that she didn't even have time to think about the ratings. She only wanted to finish filming as soon as possible. When the two of them entered the door, everyone immediately stood up and jeered at them, together. Nangong-yu was really depressed. He said to everyone, "Behave yourselves. The male lead is still here. I don't want to be bombarded by the fans." The male lead's face turned red. He, who had just become popular, was still full of humility. Chapter 1135. Mu Firen thought gloomily that she and Nangong-yu were still being fantasized about by them. That was enough. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. They saw Lin Che walking in. Everyone stood up again and called out to Lin Che, "Sister Che, give out sweets. Sister Che, this place is so good. You're so nice to us. Sister Che, can we pack it up?" Lin Che said, "You can, but you can't tear down the decorations in the room. They're all gilded and don't cost much." Everyone laughed along with him. "Look at you bunch of ignorant people. Hurry up and act well. Let's get rich together and come back every year," Lin Che said. "Okay," everyone said in unison, and their morale soared. The main cast and crew sat down. Nangong-yu looked at Lin Che. "You're quite generous to do it here." Yu Minmin winked and looked very envious. "Is it because she's generous? I guess she didn't arrange this place." "It must be," Lin Che glared at her. There were other people at the table. Yu Minmin shut up. She was cursing in her heart from the pain after being stepped on by Lin Che. Mu Firen sighed. "It's good to have someone to love," Lin Che said immediately. "You can find someone to love you too." Nangong-yu looked at Mu Firen and said with a smile, Me, didn't you hear that they all think we're a good match?" Mu Firen and Lin Che were shocked. OMG, it was fine if they were joking, but why was he joking? Mu Firen was shocked. Why did he suddenly treat her like this? Lin Che was thinking, she's already taken, why is he so enthusiastic? Nangong-yu blinked. What? Can't I? Lin Che chuckled. Sorry, I can't get hard in front of you. Everyone at the table was speechless. Nangong-yu's face darkened. Hee hee. Lin Che ate calmly and glanced at Nangong-yu. He thought to himself, boss isn't serious, right? After a while, Lin Che said, Nangong, how is Firen doing in your crew? Very good. Very good. Does everyone think she's very good, or do you think she's very good? Nangong-yu looked at her and said, didn't your husband say that you're not good at beating around the bush? Was he seen through just like that? She wouldn't beat around the bush in front of Gu Jingze, because he was so smart. He could see it right away. So what he meant was that she shouldn't beat around the bush no matter what. Was she that bad at lying? She said with a black face, okay. I'll be straightforward. Do you want to have sex with Firen? Isn't this direct enough? And Nangong-yu really dared to nod. Yes. Lin Che grabbed Nangong-yu's collar and said, No, I really can't. Nangong-yu was almost suffocated by the pull. Hey, what are you doing, Lin Che? Are you trying to murder me? Lin Che let go of him. That won't do. Find someone else to fantasize about. Give me a reason. There's no reason. Just find someone else. No, how can you not give me a reason? There's really no reason. Nangong-yu squinted at her. Is it because you've been secretly in love with me for a long time and don't want me to be with another woman? Lin Che said, I've thought of a reason. What reason? You're too narcissistic and imaginative. You're not suitable for Mu Firen. Nangong Yu said, I'm asking for a reason very seriously. Lin Che didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He thought it would be good for him to pursue Mu Firen if he wanted to. It's okay. You can continue to be narcissistic. People need to have dreams. What if you can achieve it? Go after her. I support you. How could she encourage someone like that? Nangong Yu watched Lin Che leave, looked at himself in the mirror, and adjusted his chin. Am I really not worth liking? Lin Che walked back. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but remember that Gu Jingze had booked a room downstairs because he was worried that she would feel uncomfortable. She walked a lot now, so she might feel uncomfortable no matter what. She touched her belly. What's wrong? Baby, are you hungry? You still feel uncomfortable? The baby in her belly seemed to have a mind of its own and was moving around. Hey, don't move. I know you're big and your belly is a little small, but there's nothing you can do about it. Just hold on for a few more days. You'll be out next month, Lin Che mumbled as he walked to the hotel room. She felt that the baby in her belly must be more naughty and honest than every year. It was especially obvious when he was in her belly. At that time, he didn't like to move in her belly, so sometimes, she would worry that there was something wrong with her belly. She quickly took out the fetal heart monitor and listened to it. Only when she heard that the baby's heartbeat was normal would she feel at ease. But the one in her belly was the complete opposite. It was constantly moving and flipping around. It was never idle. Lin Che was worried this time. Was there a problem with it moving all the time? He didn't know if it was still so naughty after it was born. Lin Che went to the room and found a place to lean against. Gu Jingze hadn't come yet and didn't respond at all. Lin Che heard the phone and thought it was Gu Jingze. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was Yuminmin. Wow, your brother is so generous. He just sent a car full of roses to Mu Firen. Lin Che was even more disappointed to hear that even Blackhawk was so considerate. Although she knew she shouldn't ask for so much, it was her first time after all. She hoped that Gu Jingze would participate in every first time in her life. This thought was so boring, but she couldn't help it. Just as she was leaning against the wall, she heard the door open. She was stunned. Who is it? Gu Jingze. She sat up immediately and saw that it wasn't Gu Jingze who entered the room, but Qin Qing. Lin Che was extremely shocked. How did he have the room card and walk in directly? Qin Qing was also shocked to see Lin Che. How did you come here? Lin Che felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what it was. This is the room that Gu Jingze booked for me. Booked for you. Qin Qing also sensed something at once and felt that something was wrong. For a moment, she felt that something was wrong with her body. Oh no, he had been drugged, the feeling was very obvious. Then he thought of all this. Xuemingqi. There couldn't be anyone else other than her. How could she be so vicious? He clutched his stomach and his legs almost gave out. When he looked up at Lin Che again, he only felt that the Lin Che in front of him was so blurry. Chapter 1136. Looking at Lin Che, he felt that Lin Che was more and more attractive. Just looking at him made him feel as if his body was heating up. When he first came in, he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be someone standing outside, but they seemed to have seen something and immediately chased after that person. Thinking about it, it was Lin Che's personal guard who had been lured away from the mountain. Now that he had come in so smoothly, it must have been premeditated. When did Xue Mingqi prepare this? It couldn't have been done in such a short time. Qin Qing looked at Lin Che and walked over step by step. Lin Che was a little anxious. His current appearance looked a little strange. Lin Che said, "Qin Qing, what are you doing?" Qin Qing shook her head. Lin Che. I'm sorry, I lied to you. I can't forget you. I feel that I love you and I want to be with you. I don't care whose woman you are. Lin Che's heart sank. What's going on with him? Why are his eyes red? Why does he look so strange? You. What's wrong with you, Qin Qing? Wake up. Look carefully, my belly is so big now. There's something wrong with it. You've harmed me and my child. Qin Qing immediately said, No. No, Lin Che, I want you. He pounced on her. Lin Che dodged in a hurry. Looking at Qin Qing, he was even more certain that something was wrong with him. He had been drugged. Qin Qing. Lin Che shouted, Wake up and pay attention. Qin Qing pounced on empty air and shook her head in a daze. Lin Che. Lin Che, I don't think I can find a woman better and more outstanding than you. Enough. Lin Che couldn't let him hypnotize himself like this. She had to wake him up. She found a porcelain bottle and placed it in front of her to protect herself. If he really pounced on her, she would definitely not show him mercy just because he was Qin Qing to protect her and her child. Qin Qing, listen to me. I don't love you. Qin Qing was stunned. Seeing Lin Che say such resolute words without hesitation, she snorted coldly. Her expression was full of disgust. Qin Qing, what right do you have to say that you love me? Just because you look like this. You're not as good as Gu Jingze. Do you know that? You can't even compare to a finger of Gu Jingze. Do you know that? Lin Che looked into his eyes and said, Gu Jingze is the most outstanding man I've ever met. He has perseverance and can do the most outstanding job. He has the ability to control a family. He has good looks and everyone else pales in comparison to him. He has power and he can kill you with one finger. He's also so rich. If he could even buy your life. All of a sudden, Qin Qing felt even worse. Her heart seemed to have sunk to the bottom of a valley. Lin Che snorted. But look at yourself. Don't you know what you're like? You're delusional. How can you compare to him? Lin Che saw him lower his head in pain, but he was no longer as impulsive as before. He said again, that was the great Gu Jingze. You told me you loved me, and then did you think I would give up on him and be with you? Stop your wishful thinking. Wake up and think about what's going on with you. Putting everything else aside, at this moment, Gu Jingze must have. She suddenly remembered that Gu Jingze couldn't hold it in the first time either. After he had been drugged, he had also crazily devoured her. She paused and corrected herself. If he saw that I was pregnant, he definitely wouldn't have done anything to me. He would have held it in no matter what. After saying that, Qin Qing was really ashamed. She looked at Lin Che and only wanted to die. He felt that he couldn't hold it in. He couldn't compare to Gu Jingze in anything. Now, he couldn't even compare to this. No, he had to hold it in. That way, he wouldn't lose to him in hardware and software. He clenched his teeth so hard that his lips started to bleed because of the pain. Lin Che also looked at him. Naturally, he hoped that he could hold it in. At this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly rushed in. With one glance, he saw Qin Qing and Lin Che inside. He lowered his head to look at Lin Che and walked over. When he saw Qin Qing, whose chin was covered in blood, he was stunned. Lin Che hid behind him. The moment he saw Gu Jingze appear, he immediately relaxed. However, when he looked at Qin Qing again, he hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and said, "Qin Qing has been very helpful. He was framed and drugged. He endured it until now and didn't move. Look, his mouth is bleeding." Ha! What she was worried about was already happening. This vinegar jar's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to kill someone. Lin Che hurriedly pulled him back. "Gu Jingze, hurry and take me away. It's too dangerous here." Lin Che didn't want to see Gu Jingze kill Qin Qing here because he was jealous. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and walked towards Qin Qing step by step. Qin Qing raised his head. At this moment, he looked as if he was ready to die. He would rather die than beg for mercy in embarrassment. In front of Gu Jingze, he was already a lowly nobody. No matter what, he couldn't make himself even more lowly. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Lin Che was terrified. He really thought that Gu Jingze was going to kill Qin Qing. She hurriedly hugged Gu Jingze from behind. "Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, my stomach hurts." Gu Jingze's slap landed on Qin Qing's face. That was enough to wake him up a lot. He even raised his head and shouted, "Kill me, Gu Jingze. I know that I offended Lin Che this time. If you want to kill me, kill me. I can't control myself now. Something like this happened and I was used. I want to die too." What was the point of living in this world when he was so useless? However, Gu Jingze only slapped him once and stopped. He looked at him and said, "You don't have to die. Tell me first who did it." Qin Qing raised his head. He didn't have to die. Still in disbelief, he looked at Gu Jingze. "You're not going to kill me." Gu Jingze snorted. "It doesn't benefit me whether you die or not." His words made Qin Qing's heart sink even more. Lin Che was also speechless. His heart that had been nervous earlier was now filled with endless sighs. This was even worse than killing a man. It wasn't that he wanted to kill him out of anger, but he was contemptuously saying that it made no difference to him whether he died or not. Just how much did he not take him seriously? Chapter 1137. Gu Jingze was too cruel. Qin Qing was stunned. Then, his shoulders drooped even more. Yes, he was so insignificant in front of Gu Jingze. No matter how hard he tried, he was still not as good as Gu Jingze. It wasn't just because of his family background. In terms of ability, he wasn't as talented as Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at him. "Since you want to die, I'll dirty my hands if I kill you. Why don't you tell me who did it?" Gu Jingze's guess was right. He could tell at a glance that he knew who did it. Qin Qing lowered his head and said, "I think it was Xuemingqi." Lin Che was shocked. Wasn't she Qin Qing's girlfriend? How could she harm her boyfriend like this? Gu Jingze snorted. Xuemingqi hadn't appeared recently. So she was planning this. He said, "All right, you just have to cooperate with us. Later, just run out with your clothes disheveled." "Aw. Just do it." "You owe Lin Che," Gu Jingze said. Qin Qing glanced at Lin Che and could only nod her head silently. After a while, the people outside came back and saw Qin Qing run out with her clothes disheveled. Then, Gu Jingze followed her out. Lin Che, who came out last, left in a hurry. In another place. "Miss Xue, it's a success." Xuemingqi took the photo and looked at it. Qin Qing's clothes were disheveled. Lin Che ran away in a hurry. Gu Jingze left with a dark expression. Xuemingqi snorted and said, "Qin Qing can't live anymore." With Gu Jing's temper, he's going to cut him into pieces. Young Master Qin. No, Qin left immediately. Gu Jingze hasn't done anything yet. He's just angry. He hasn't done anything yet. She said, Lin Che was left behind just like that. Then, Gu Jingze left on his own. It seems that the two of them are angry. However, any man would be angry if his woman was touched by someone else. Even if he knew that Lin Che didn't do it on purpose and that he did it on his own initiative, he would still feel different if he touched her again. No matter how much he wanted to spoil her, he would probably feel a little uncomfortable now. Shuemingqi said, keep the things for me. When there's a chance to confirm that Gu Jingze really hates Lin Che, I'll take them out again. At that time, let's see who will protect Lin Che. When Lin Che returned home, he still felt a lingering fear. When Gu Jingze came in, his expression was still a little cold. Lin Che looked at him guiltily. He knew that he had protected Qin today, so he was probably still angry. She quickly said, Gu Jingze, I really don't want to see him die in front of me. That's not good. It's too bloody and violent. It's not good for prenatal education. Gu Jingze's face was still dark. He walked out and ignored Lin Che with the things in his hands. Lin Che followed closely behind. His fawning look made him look like a little pug. She really felt that Qin was too much of a hindrance. She didn't live up to expectations and caused Gu Jingze to give her a black face now. Gu Jingze's face darkened. It was so scary. She was watching him in fear. She was afraid that he would stare at her. His eyes were so sharp that it made her heart skip a beat. It was so scary. Gu Jingze, hey, Gu Jingze, wait for me. The helper just watched. She didn't know what their madam had done this time. She was fawning again. It was strange to say that Gu Jingze loved someone. Actually, Gu Jingze was a very hard-hearted person. He had always treated people very harshly. For example, if a person was extremely tough in front of him, he would let them go. However, if a person kept begging for mercy in front of him, he would look down on that person even more. He would never be soft-hearted. What he hated the most was people begging for mercy so shamelessly. However, he wouldn't do this in front of Madam. Instead, he quite enjoyed it when Madam begged him like this. Gu Jingze left the house. Lin Che quickly followed him out. She moved left and right, but Gu Jingze acted as if he couldn't see her. Lin Che was really anxious. She chased after Gu Jingze and said, Gu Jingze, where are you going? Don't run. Listen to me. However, Gu Jingze didn't even look back. He got into the car. She quickly tried to squeeze in before he closed the door. Gu Jingze frowned. Before she could get in, he held the door and stopped her. Lin Che said, Don't think of running out by yourself. I'm going to follow you. I'm scared to be alone at home. In the driver's eyes, that shameless look of hers was really. The driver shook his head. He thought that she was too shameless. The one in their family must be a fake wife. Otherwise, why would the girls in other families be so reserved, but in their family, they would only act like rascals. Gu Jingze was about to close the door when Lin Che cried out, Stomach. Gu Jingze's brows relaxed. He couldn't help but let go. Lin Che squeezed in immediately. She giggled and held her stomach. Gu Jingze knew that she was lying again. He harumphed and glared at her. Lin Che chuckled and said, My stomach does hurt. It's true. I'm not lying. It just hurts for a while. Gu Jingze sneered and turned to look outside. Lin Che said to the driver, All right. Drive. Go wherever you want. The driver started the car. As the car drove, Gu Jingze didn't say a word. Lin Che pouted as she watched. She thought indignantly that this man was really narrow-minded. However, it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. She would follow him all the way. She didn't believe that he wouldn't say anything. Just then, the car stopped at a place. Lin Che looked at the pitch black outside and was still surprised. Hey, where is this? Gu Jingze, why is it so dark outside? Gu Jingze still didn't say anything. He just got out of the car first. Lin Che also hurriedly got off the car. Hey, hey, hey. Wait for me. Below the car, it was even stranger. She couldn't even see her fingers if she stretched out her hand. It was as if what was blocking her wasn't the darkness of the night, but a piece of black cloth. She stopped there. Just as she was still feeling strange, she saw the darkness in front of her suddenly being pulled down. It turned out that what was blocking her wasn't the darkness of the night that looked like a piece of black cloth. It was really a piece of black cloth. Lin Che widened her eyes in surprise. What welcomed her was a dreamlike world of fireflies. Inside, there were flashes of light, and countless fireflies were flying around. It made the dark little forest suddenly become a world that only existed in fairy tales. She looked as if she was stunned. She stood there with her mouth slightly open. She watched as the fireflies danced around her like little lanterns. She couldn't close her mouth for a long time. This. What exactly was this? At this moment, a faint, magnetic voice rang beside her ear. Do you like the present I gave you? Chapter 1138. That seductive voice seemed to come from the bottom of the sea. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and said against her cheek, "Congratulations. You succeeded this time because of your hard work." Thank you. So there was a gift. She thought that he wouldn't come tonight. She didn't expect that he had prepared a surprise for her. Looking at the paradise of fireflies in front of him, Lin Che's heart was full. She felt her body heat up and she couldn't speak for a moment. All girls would probably like this kind of thing. Although he said that it was a surprise and that it was too unsophisticated, when he really saw it, he was still very happy. Lin Che took a step forward and walked into the world of fireflies. He stretched out his hand and saw little things flying through the gaps between his fingers. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Humph, you lied to me. Gu Jingze smiled at her. You're the one who's stupid. How would I know that you're not angry? Gu Jingze held her hand. I'm angry. Lin Che quickly put on a fawning smile. The atmosphere is so good. Don't be angry. Gu Jingze couldn't do anything about her. He squeezed her hand. Why are you so good at causing trouble? Lin Che said, It's not my fault this time. I went to the room you arranged for me. Gu Jingze shook his head. It's probably because your people were lured away this time. Lin Che said, As for Qin, I really just don't want to see him in front of me. Gu Jingze said, What can I do to him? Lin Che said, How would I know? Gu Jingze said, I don't need to do it myself against him. Okay. He said, Besides, it's more beneficial for me if he's here. What benefits? She thought that he already had a plan to use him. With him as a contrast, you'll only feel that not everyone is as good as me. She was wrong. He was just being narcissistic. She actually misunderstood that he had some complicated plan. She was used to thinking of schemes and plots when she was with him, but she forgot that her man was a narcissist. However, what he said wasn't wrong. Gu Jingze held her hand and walked inside with her. He didn't know how long it had been in this forest, but he could still see the deep color of fireflies. He really didn't know how many fireflies he had gotten. She said, "That's weird." "Are these weird? Why do you have so many of them?" "I got someone to catch him." "How many people would they have to find to catch them?" She said, "You didn't mobilize a lot of people to catch them, did you?" "There's no need for that. Get the subordinates to go catch them." "Pfft, did you ask them to catch fireflies?" Looking at the resentful faces of the people outside, she seemed to understand why their expressions were so stiff. "They haven't been here for the past 2 days, and several of them have disappeared. Could it be that they went everywhere to catch fireflies?" "Yes." Lin Che exclaimed, "You asked these top security guards to catch fireflies." Gu Jingze said casually, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." With a salary of tens of millions, they had learned so many skills for so many years, and they were all peerless masters that were rarely seen in the world. But now, they were catching fireflies for him to coax a woman. When they received this order, they must have been dumbfounded. Lin Che said, "Wow, this forest is so big." "Yeah, I specially chose it." "You got so many. How did you think of that?" "Baidu." Master Gu was too honest. Lin Che and Gu Jingze leaned against each other, feeling that the world was so beautiful. And behind them, some people had already seen the fireflies here and were amazed for a moment. How could there be so many fireflies in B City? The season wasn't right. Besides, there shouldn't be many fireflies in B City. "Wow, are those real fireflies over there? Are those real fireflies over there? Oh my god, they're so cute. I didn't know there were so many fireflies here." "Alright, don't be too happy. This is a gift from a nouveau riche to his girlfriend. Didn't you see that there are so many people blocking outside? I don't know how much he spent to buy it. Don't even think about it. Sigh, the life of a nouveau riche is too comfortable. He can even give such a romantic gift." Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat there leaning against each other. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "I always feel that I'm a useless person. I can't do anything except acting. I didn't expect that I would succeed this time. I'm really lucky, aren't I?" When she was choosing the script, she didn't think that it would be successful. She just thought that it would be fun and wanted it to appear on the screen. It was true that it became popular just like that. Gu Jingze looked at her. The more hardworking a person is, the luckier they are. Besides, it's impossible to succeed without talent. You have good taste, so you chose a good script. It has nothing to do with anything else. Is that so? Of course, Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze said, "You should know better than me how many TV shows are produced in a year and how many fail. The reason why you are so popular is closely related to your operation." Lin Che looked up and looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. He was never good at praising people. Where did the sun rise from today? Lin Che stared at him. Gu Jingze said, "Why are you looking at me? You actually praised me." Lin Che cupped her hands. Gu Jingze said, "Am I so harsh that I don't even know how to praise people? I've always been realistic. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, then it's not. I think you've done very well this time, so of course I'll praise you." Lin Che felt her heart swell up even more when she heard this. Sure enough, she didn't feel anything when she was praised by others, but when he praised her like that, she felt like she was floating. She was the one who had been poisoned by Gu Jingze. However, it was true that Gu Jingze didn't praise people often, so this time, it made people feel really good. She chuckled and said, "Looks like I'm also talented." He pinched her nose. Of course, the Gu family doesn't support idlers. Lin Che leaned on his shoulder, and the two of them looked in the direction of the fireflies. The night was long and quiet. Halfway through the victory party, many people had already drunk themselves to the point of staggering from side to side. Nangong Yut saw that Mu Firen seemed to have drunk a little, so he walked over and said, "I'll send you back." Mu Firen looked up. "Aw. There's no need. I called a taxi. It's okay. It's just on the way. You're in the east of the city, and I'm in the west. How is it on the way?" Chapter 1139. Nangong Yu said, "When it's on the way, even if your home is on Mars, it's on the way." "What's wrong?" Mu Firen was sure that he was crazy. What did he mean? Wasn't he just joking? Why did he seem to be acting weirder and weirder? Mu Firen said, "Director, did you take the wrong medicine or do you have a fever? Do you want me to get you a doctor?" "Hey, what's wrong with me?" "I just took the wrong medicine." Mu Firen chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly walked out. "Hey, why are you running? Am I that scary?" Nangong Yu looked down at himself. He didn't think there was anything wrong with him. Why was she looking at him as if she had seen a strange uncle? Mu Firen hurriedly ran out. She was still wondering what was going on. However, just as she got out, she saw a bright red car parked in the hotel lobby. Why was the car driven here? Was it possible to drive a car into the Century Building? Even if it was possible, why would the Century Building allow someone to drive a car in? Mu Firen stood there in a daze. Suddenly, she saw the car door open and a tall figure walk out. She suddenly had a bad feeling about this. As expected, the person who stepped out of the car was none other than Mo Jinyen. Who else could it be? Mu Firen stopped in her tracks. She saw him walk out of the car with an arrogant look on his face. But his arrogance didn't make people uncomfortable. Instead, it made people feel that he was very handsome and cool. This kind of cool and handsome feeling suited him very well. It wasn't exaggerated at all. Only someone with his aura could control such a feeling. He got out of the car and looked at Mu Firen. He raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly, "Congratulations on the success of your TV series." "Aw." She wanted to say something more, but he raised his finger. The car behind them finally showed its power. The car door opened slowly. It was the kind of car that opened from the side. As it moved, the car door opened. Then, roses of different colors piled up in an orderly manner. It looked very beautiful. But what a nouveau riche. Her mouth was slightly agape as she looked at the scene in front of her. "This is," Mo Jinyen walked over. "It's for you. You're too so flowery, flowers." He paused and said, "No, I'm talking about the car. Flowers are for decoration. This flashy red Porsche sports car." "That was even more exaggerated, Mr. Mo. Such an expensive item, I don't." "Hey, how could it be expensive? They said that gifts for girls can't be too expensive, so I specially bought a cheap one." "Is that so? How much is this?" She wondered if it looked expensive, but it was actually not that expensive. She really didn't know much about cars. Only 8 million. She really didn't know much about it. He said, "So just keep it." Mu Firen hurriedly shook her head. "I really can't. It's too expensive." He looked at her, his hands in his pockets. "I won't take back what I've given away. If you don't want it, just leave it here." "How could that be? You can use it yourself," she said. He chuckled. "I'm not going to drive such a popular car, okay? You want me to drive such a woman's car? I'll just leave it here." "Hey, hey, hey." He took Mu Firen's hand and stuffed the car keys into her hand. "Just take it. How can you casually refuse my gift? How much do you despise me?" "What does this have to do with despise? Anyway, I've already bought it, and there are so many people watching. If you don't want it, I don't know how many people will laugh at me tomorrow." With that, he directly let go of her hand and gave up on the keys. If she continued to refuse, it seemed that he would have to use more forceful means. How could he give away something like this? Mu Firen was speechless. She could only look at the red car and the car full of flowers helplessly. Wow, Sister Firen's pursuer is here again. He's so generous this time. He bought a car full of flowers and a Porsche. Sister Firen is so happy. His suitor is so handsome and so rich. He's much better than that Immerse something from before. Right, this is the man who deserves Sister Firen. When Nangongyu walked out, he heard the exclamation of the people beside him. Stunned, he looked out and saw Mu Firen and Imo Jinyan standing there. He pulled the person who had just spoken. "Hey, what's wrong? What's going on outside?" "Oh, Director, Sister Firen has a pursuer. Look, he gave us a Porsche." Nangongyu looked out. That man, was he Mu Firen's pursuer? Why did he look a little familiar? Who is this? He mumbled unconsciously. The person beside him said, "This man is Black Eagle. It said that he's very powerful." "Hey, Black Eagle, are you talking about the man whose surname is Imo?" "Yes, Black Eagle. He said that he has been pursuing Sister Firen for some time. He used to give gifts to the crew and treat us to coffee and hot pot. He's very enthusiastic." Nangongyu said, "Is Black Eagle pursuing her?" Yes, but I don't know if Sister Firen has agreed." They were all in the entertainment circle and had a strong potential for gossip. How can she not agree? Black Eagle is such a powerful and awesome person, and he treats her so well. Yes, although he sounds like a burly gangster, the more powerful he is, the more sincere he is to women. That's not an ordinary gangster. It's the biggest gangster. Look at him, he has money and power. Now he has turned into a businessman and even cooperates with the Gu family. The Gu family, Nangongyu suddenly thought of Lin Che's words. He immediately understood. Lin Che said that because he knew about it. Oh, he suddenly became interested in Mu Firen. It was his first time working with Mu Firen, but he was a good person. Was there a problem with him pursuing a woman? No problem was no problem. Most importantly, why did all the women that he fancied already have someone else? And they were all such big men, he was really depressed to death. Oh, could it be that he had the same taste as these top bigwigs? Really, Nangongyu looked outside, his heart in turmoil. He was depressed and sighed. In the end, he could only leave speechlessly. Snatching a woman from Black Eagle, forget it. He was a little arrogant, but not to this extent. Chapter 1140. Mu Firen was forced to leave with the car. Later, when Lin Che and Gu Jingze returned home, Nangongyu called Lin Che. Hey, did you already know about Haiying and Mu Firen? Lin Che said, you already knew about it. You really knew about it. Of course. Of course I knew about Firen. Lin Che chuckled. Hey, do you really have feelings for Mu Firen? Hey, is it wrong for me to try dating someone I like? Lin Che said quickly, yes, you're not wrong. Why do I only know people like you? Sigh. Nangongyu was helpless. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. It was depressing to have so many big shots around him, which made him look weak. He said, forget it. It seems that my girlfriend isn't born yet. I'll go to the maternity hospital tomorrow. Lin Che said, you're almost 30 years older than her. How could you do it? What else can I do? My taste is probably the same as those big shots. I can't compete with them. I'll train one from a young age. I'll go to the maternity hospital first, get lost. Of course, she knew he was joking. She hung up the phone. At night, Lin Che's belly was too big, so Gu Jingze slept separately from her. Although they slept separately, there were only 2 beds in the room. Because of him, she couldn't sleep well, so he had to move downstairs. However, he didn't want to be too far away from her in case he didn't know what was going on in the room. So he thought of this idea. She was not used to sleeping separately from him. Lying there, she pillowed her arms and said to him, "Hey, I remember when I first moved in, it was the same. You slept over there, and I slept over here. Yeah, it was torture. Torture you. Yeah, it took a long time for you to get used to it." He was not used to living with others then. Gu Jingze said, "No, it was torture to see you not having sex." Lin Che pursed his lips and secretly wanted to laugh. At that time, how would she know that he was still thinking about this? You should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, she didn't have so many scruples and directly pounced on him. At that time, she had a hard time holding it in, okay? Xue Mingqi sat inside. Because of her grief, she found a few men to sit with her. She had money, she had looks, she had everything. Why should she be sad for a blind Qin Qing? However, a woman was a woman after all. How could she still feel sad? Xue Ningxian walked in. When he saw his daughter fooling around, he was so angry that he slammed the table. "Who do you think you are? Get out!" Hearing his roar, the men immediately ran out of the room. They were just small models, so they didn't dare to go head-to-head with a family like this. Xue Mingqi was a little drunk. She raised her head and watched them leave. She was still muttering, "Why are you leaving? Don't leave. Stay with me." Xue Ningxian pulled Xue Mingqi up. "Get up. Look at yourself now. Where's your fighting spirit? Are you going to give up your position as the mistress of the house just because of a man?" Xue Mingqi raised her head and looked at her father. "No, that's impossible. I haven't given up." "Then get up. Pull yourself together. Who does Qin Qing think she is?" Yes, Qin Qing was nothing. However, when she thought of how he liked Lin Che and chose Lin Che in the end, she felt even angrier. Xue Ningxian said, "Just now, there was news from the Gu family that Gu Jingze and Lin Che are angry." "Really?" Xue Mingqi looked up immediately. Her drunken eyes shone with excitement. She curled her lips. It had finally begun. She said, "What does Gu Jingze want now?" Xue Ningxian said, "They said that the 2 of them have already slept in separate beds. Yesterday, Gu Jingze also went out and was chased by Lin Che for a long time. However, Gu Jingze ignored her and came back to sleep in separate beds. To think that they would have such a day. Humph." Xue Mingqi clenched her fists tightly and said, all right. I'll take this opportunity to think of a way to get Lin Che kicked out of the Gu family." Xue Ningxian said, "This is indeed a good opportunity. You have to seize it." "Dad, what do you think I should do at this time? It's the mid-autumn banquet in a few days. Last time, Mu Wanqing wanted Lin Che to host a banquet for Jingze. This time, we also want you to host a mid-autumn banquet. Now is the perfect time. I'm afraid Gu Jingze won't stand by Lin Che's side anymore. He'll definitely stand by your side. When the time comes, you can spread the news that Lin Che is messing around with outsiders. Gu Jingze will lose face and will definitely vent his anger in front of Lin Che. But Lin Che is going to give birth soon. What's the point of causing trouble now?" Xue Mingqi said. "So what if the child is born? Even without the mother, the child can still be raised well. The Gu family doesn't care who the mother is, as long as there's a child. Xue Mingqi thought that he was right. She suddenly felt energized. But strangely, she asked about Qin Qing's situation. Qin Qing had been resting at home and hadn't shown herself. Gu Jingze hadn't done anything to her yet. She said, "Why is Qin Qing still alive and well?" Xuaningshan said, "Gu Jingze is too busy being angry with Lin Che to deal with him." That was true. Xue Mingqi thought. When the time came, she would let Qin Qing and Lin Che die together. She would let Qin Qing see what would happen to him if he made a choice now. The Gu family quickly informed Gu Jingze that the clan had chosen Xue Mingqi to host the mid-autumn banquet. Everyone asked Gu Jingze what he thought. Gu Jingze said, "Since she wants to, let her do it." With that, he continued to busy himself with other work, as if he didn't want to care about these things. His subordinates naturally told Xue Mingqi. Xue Mingqi harumphed. It seemed that he was really quarreling with Lin Che and didn't want to care about these things. Xue Mingqi naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. She immediately sent a gift to Gu Jingze. As the Gu family's mistress, she still had to maintain a good relationship with the Gu family's patriarch. She curried favor with him because she didn't want Gu Jingze to have any conflicts with her because of Lin Che. Gu Jingze accepted it and had someone throw it into the warehouse. Xue Mingqi knew that the gift had been thrown into the warehouse, but because of this, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If he had accepted it happily, it would have been strange. Gu Jingze had always been cold. It was already good enough for him to accept it. It was impossible for him to keep it properly. Throwing it into the warehouse would make people feel at ease, because this was his personality. Chapter 1141. Lin Che's house had an uninvited guest. It was Li Mingyu. She looked at Li Mingyu speechlessly. He said, the Gu family is really nice. My house is also decorated according to this." Lin Che said, "What's wrong with you now? You always follow our style. Do you have a crush on Gu Jingze?" Li Mingyu said, "I really think that the way you do is good, so I want to try it. How can you doubt my sexuality?" Lin Che glared at him. "Just say it. What are you here for?" "Nothing. I just felt bored and came here for a walk." Why are you bored? Aren't you working on your company? Is it easy to work on a company? Of course it is. Just throw it to the management group. What do you mean, just let the manager handle it? Wow, you have a manager. Just throw 200 million to them and let them handle it. Was this how money was spent? He was really amazing. What if they ruin it? Li Mingyu said, "Just tell them a history first." "What history?" "In the past 3 years, I've killed 3 managers." Lin Che said, "Really?" "Of course it's fake, silly." He hit Lin Che's head. Lin Che dodged and snorted at him. "Li Mingyu, you're so bored that you came to my house to tease me, right?" No. I'm such a good person. Why would I kill someone? You think too badly of me. Okay, I do have some misunderstandings about you. Who asked him to give off such a bad vibe? That's right. I wouldn't kill anyone. I just chopped off their limbs and threw them abroad. How could I kill them? I take back what I said just now. She sat down and said to him, "All right, if you're really bored, you can go to the kindergarten to see your son. My son and your son are doing well. I don't need to care about them. I'm just thinking that I don't know much about Sea Country. What's so popular now? I think the company is going to start soon. I don't know what to do. You work in real estate or something. I'm sick of it. Real estate every day. It's so boring. Then, open a shopping mall or something. It's so boring. There are more than 30 shopping malls already. I'm too lazy to think of a name for them. This was really the trouble of the rich. Lin Che said, what about making games? I think the game is quite popular right now. He immediately asked, game? I haven't done this before. Not bad, I can give it a try. I'll invest a few $100 million and see if I can make something good. Hey, you don't have to invest so much. Lin Che said, alright, Tycoon, I'm just saying. Don't blame me if you lose money. Why would I blame you? I just feel that you are a lucky person. I am prepared to cooperate with you and invest together. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Tycoon, I don't have money, I have money, and you have people. You have been in contact with a lot of young people. See what they are learning. You do the planning, and I will pay. I'm afraid that you will break my arms and legs, she said. Don't think that way. How could I break your arms and legs? I wouldn't bear to do it even if I did. No. I won't do it either. I'm under pressure. She had never thought of doing such a thing. She had started a film and television company on a small scale because she knew that there wouldn't be any big problems. What would she do if he got into trouble? Hearing this, Li Mingyu pinched his chin and said, well, it seems that I have to find another manager to handle this matter. Sigh, but if it's another manager, I'm sure they'll still have their arms and legs dislocated. Sigh, alright. Lin Che looked at him. Why are you so cruel? Because she said that she would make a game and he really wanted to do it. She would also feel guilty if she broke his arms and legs after doing it. You do it then. I promise I won't break your arms and legs. Besides, you don't have anything else to do anyway. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. She had just finished a film and had nothing else to do. She was pregnant and couldn't go out. It was a boring time. Lin Che said, I'll think about it. But I have to say that I don't have much money and I can't invest a lot. I can try asking around. You don't have to invest. You can manage the planning and I'll manage the money. Isn't that perfect? Lin Che said, I used to love playing games, but I haven't played one in a long time. Next time, I'll see what games I'm playing. Okay. I'll add you on WeChat later and keep in touch. Sigh, you know how to use WeChat now. Of course. Do I have to follow the trend of what's popular in country C? You don't understand. I'm just a person who doesn't want to fall behind. Lin Che said, if you don't break your arms and legs for no reason, I'll believe you. After Li Mingyu left, Lin Che and Gu Jingze started discussing. In the study, she looked at Gu Jingze and said, what do we do now? Can I do it with him? Gu Jingze said, if he really wants to be friends with you, he should be serious. You can try if you're interested. Really? But I'm worried that I can't do it well since I've never done it before. If you can't do it well, you can ask professionals. Remember, if you start doing it, you'll be a manager and an investor. You can hire many professionals to provide you with proposals. You can choose one that you think is suitable, so you don't have to feel that you don't know how to do it. Lin Che rested his chin on his hand. Okay, I really don't know how to do it, but I'm quite interested after hearing what he said. The main thing is that, staying at home is too boring. Gu Jingze shook his head. This woman couldn't stay idle, however, he agreed with all her decisions as long as she had thought about them seriously. If she was interested, she could try it. He could support her silently behind her back. Gu Jingze said, okay, you can try it then. Lin Che said, okay, I'll try, but... She leaned on the table and looked at Gu Jingze. Did Li Mingyu really break someone's arms and legs? Who did he break? It's his subordinates who messed things up for him. Oh, really? Lin Che said, then I should reconsider, that's what he does, but it's just a rumor. I've never seen it. Maybe it's true. After all, he's too lazy. It'll be hard to trust him when he finds a manager. Chapter 1142. Lin Che felt that it was strange. She felt that these nouveau riches, who were widely rumored to be quite different after meeting them. Anyway, she believed that seeing was believing. Since there were so many rumors and she couldn't prove it, she decided to believe her own feelings. Anyway, she felt that although Li Mingyu would deliberately trick people, he treated her well when he wasn't. Gu Jingze said, the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet is coming up. Xue Mingqi will be in charge of it. We'll go together then. I don't have to worry about her putting something in the food, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze's eyes turned cold. Unless she doesn't want to live anymore. All right. You're right. She's the one hosting the banquet. If anything goes wrong, she'll be the one who's finished. Xue Mingqi finished the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet in a short time. Although it was short, she was well prepared. Everyone present was praising her. Mingqi is amazing. She can prepare so well in such a short time. That's true. Talented people can't be stopped. She's not like the pheasants outside. A phoenix is a phoenix. She can shine no matter what. Xue Ningshan stood at the door. Hearing everyone's praises for Xue Mingqi, he quickly cupped his hands and thanked them. It's all thanks to everyone. Thank you for your help. No. We're so envious of you for having such a daughter. Xue Ningshan looked at Xue Mingqi and chuckled. It's a pity that our family can't do it. She's fallen along with us. He was lamenting that her family couldn't do it. Xue Mingqi couldn't be like Lin Che, who had a name to compete with. Although she couldn't do it, she could still compete directly. But Xue Mingqi had to rely on her strength. Someone said secretly, I heard that Lin Che is angry with Jingze. Ha, I knew it. How long can this kind of love last? Sooner or later, she'll get tired of it. That's true. One day, she will grow old and ugly. Now that she's pregnant with a big belly, it's scary to look at. Jingze has seen her for so many days, he'll get tired of her. A man needs to have other lives. When he sees other girls, the one beside him has such a big belly. She's going to give birth to a second child. Won't he be moved by her? The news that Gu Jingze and Lin Che were not on good terms recently had spread to every corner of the Gu family. Even Mu Wanqin couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Did they really quarrel? However, the two of them had been together for so many years. They had quarreled and quarreled, but they had never been angry for such a long time. But there's no smoke without fire. If there wasn't something going on, how could there be such an uproar? Because Gu Jingze was the head of the family, and it was such an important moment, many pairs of eyes immediately turned to look at Gu Jingze. At this time, Xue Mingqi had already started to get people to prepare. Get ready. There's going to be a good show today. Yes. At that moment, Gu Jingze's car stopped at the entrance. Everyone turned to look at him again. Seeing the door open, the security guard walked over and opened the door. The person who came down was Gu Jingze. He was dressed in a long windbreaker, looking elegant and fairy-like. His expression was very casual and lazy, making people gasp in admiration. He looked a little different from the way he usually looked at work. Today, he looked very normal. It was supposed to be a family dinner, so it was not a big deal to dress like this. However, everyone saw that Gu Jingze did not come over directly. Instead, he walked around the front of the car and went to the other side. He opened the car door himself. Suddenly, the person inside attracted everyone's attention. Lin Che. He was supposed to be the most reasonable person, but at this moment, many people were shocked. Gu Jingze carefully helped Lin Che out of the car. Lin Che was wearing a yellow and blue coat. It looked very simple and elegant, but upon closer inspection, it was the same color as Gu Jingze's. She raised her head and smiled at Gu Jingze. Then, she stood next to him. Gu Jingze pulled her along and walked out without looking sideways. As the two of them walked past, some people were even more surprised to find that the two of them were wearing matching outfits. The child was already so big, but they were still wearing matching outfits. When did Gu Jingze become so boring? In everyone's impression, Gu Jingze was not such a person at all. Xuanningshan was also stunned. Xue Mingqi walked over from behind and looked at Xuanningshan. What's going on? Xue Mingqi could not hide her anger. Xuanningshan said, calm down. How do you know that they are not pretending? Xue Mingqi thought that he was right. They could not quarrel outside. However, seeing the two of them walk down hand in hand, it made people's eyes uncomfortable. Gu Jingze walked down with her. When they reached the door, he lowered his head and hugged her, carrying her over the high threshold. Lin Che's feet landed on the ground. She was still patting his chest shyly. Her face was red as she asked him to move aside. Gu Jingze naturally held her hand again, as if he didn't see the people next to him, and directly led her forward. If they were quarreling like this, there would be no lovers in the world. Mu Wanqing also followed them out. When she looked at the two of them, she was originally worried, but now, she suddenly felt a little strange. Lin Che was still as carefree as ever, and Gu Jingze didn't look angry at all. He calmly held on to Lin Che, his gaze constantly lingering on her body. It was as if he would immediately notice the slightest change in her expression. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che with a smile. Little Che, come in quickly. Look at your belly. It's not good for you to walk so far. Seriously, they set up the banquet so far away and made you walk so much. Gu Jingze said, it's okay, I'll carry her. Before Lin Che could move, Gu Jingze's hand had already wrapped around her. She picked Lin Che up so easily. Lin Che's belly was facing upwards. With one hand around his neck, Gu Jingze did not seem to exert any effort at all. He carried her and walked forward step by step. His footsteps were steady, as if the person in his arms was weightless. He looked so calm, as if he was carrying a precious treasure in his arms. Everyone was even more shocked. It was just a pregnancy. Was there a need to care so much? He could not even walk a few more steps. He wanted to carry her indirectly. This child was a little too precious, wasn't he? Not to mention anything else, Gu Jingze was the patriarch. However, when it came to Lin Che, did he not care about his own status at all? However, Gu Jingze was just like that. He did not care about himself at all. He did not look at the people around him, nor did he care about those surprised gazes. It was as if there were only two kinds of people in the world. One was the kind that he cared about, and the other was the kind that he did not care about. Chapter 1143. Everyone exclaimed as they looked at Gu Jingze. He was so handsome, hugging Lin Che is so blissful, look at how he dotes on his wife. He doesn't care how many people are around him. If she wants to hug him, he will. Her belly is so big. Isn't it heavy? Wow, she's in good health too. She's not even panting. Of course, there were also people who felt bad. They sighed at the back. They felt that the family head was too indecisive. He should be like Gu Xianda, who didn't care about his family. Lin Che is so insensible. Her belly is so big, yet she still wants someone to hug her. Exactly. When we gave birth, we did everything on our own. She's even having a second child. Is she so delicate? Gu Jingze naturally knew what these people were thinking, but he didn't care. Lin Che was placed on the side of the table. When she came down, she exclaimed and patted her chest. She looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "Is it heavy?" "Yes," he said. "She's very careful with every step." "Then why are you still hugging her?" "Because she's carrying my entire body. Of course it's heavy." "Oh, ouch." The people next to them almost vomited. Was this what Gu Jingze said? But they heard it with their own ears. It couldn't be fake. Was this how the family head talked to Lin Che at home? That was too sweet. Lin Che actually listened to it. Looking at her, it seemed like she was used to it. But they really couldn't accept it. They all stared at her with their mouths agape. For a moment, they felt that their ears had been blocked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hearing things. They really couldn't accept it. Was this really the same CEO Gu that they usually didn't say much, but was strict, cold, merciless, and vengeful? It wasn't. Did they see a fake CEO today? Actually, they had never seen how Gu Jingze and Lin Che interacted with each other. The servants of the Gu residence were very tight-lipped. They couldn't get anything out of them. Although they knew that Gu Jingze doted on her a lot, they didn't see how he doted on her. Today, they felt that perhaps Gu Jingze was a completely different person in front of Lin Che. They couldn't believe it. This made them feel extremely terrified when they thought about it. Seeing Gu Jingze's lovey-dovey attitude towards Lin Che, some of the women felt envious and jealous. They were all talking about their husbands. Look at him. He's the head of the family and he treats his wife so well. Look at you. You're just a vice president and you're so busy every day. Look at him. He's so good at home. He's so good to his wife, but he's so good to his wife. He's so good. He's so good to his wife. He's so good to his wife too. The men didn't know what to say. They coughed and changed the topic. They couldn't help complaining in their hearts, "Gu Jingze, if you want to be intimate with your wife, don't be intimate with her in front of so many people. He's so nice, handsome, rich, and good to his wife. He's too high. If their wives all follow him in the future, they won't be able to live anymore." After Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che over to sit down, the people next to them were still staring at them. Lin Che turned around and asked, "Mom, what happened at home?" Mu Wanqing was very proud. She glared at the people next to her and said to Lin Che, "They're fine. Don't worry about them. Come, let's eat first." Gu Jingze seemed to be used to being the center of attention. He picked up the food on the table and gave it to Lin Che. Then, he ate it himself and continued to ignore the people around him. At this moment, Gu Xianda came out. Because he was still sitting in a wheelchair, Gu Xianda was surrounded by many people. The old man, who looked haggard, looked worse and worse. However, he was still there and everyone was taking good care of him. There wouldn't be any mistakes. With a few people watching, the others didn't worry about anything. They only cared about eating. Xue Mingqi walked over. A relative said, "Mingqi, you're here. You've worked hard today. The banquet is so good." Xue Mingqi smiled and said, "Really? I'm still very nervous. But as long as everyone thinks it's good. Of course. Mingqi is so talented. How could it be bad?" Come and sit down. At this moment, someone said that Gu Jingyan had brought Liu Beichen over. Mu Wanqing quickly went to welcome them. She hadn't seen Gu Jingyan for a long time. She had just returned from abroad. This time, Liu Beichen was at the side, looking much more harmonious than before. When she saw Lin Che, Gu Jingyan quickly said, sister-in-law, sit down. Why are you standing up with such a big belly? Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che enviously. It was already this month, but her waist still looked so slender. Only her belly looked very big, so it looked a little scary. However, when the child was born, her figure would definitely be good. Sister-in-law, I'm so envious of your body. Lin Che said, really? The doctor also said that it's not easy to give birth with my body. Gu Jingyan said, doctors all like to be so exaggerated. What's the point of giving birth? Every year, the child will be born safely. Mu Wanqing also said, that's right. It's not good to be afraid of something. If you don't care about anything, everything will be safe. Because when you relax, your body will naturally be better. Lin Che said, Mom is right. Gu Jingyan then sat down. Liu Beichen smiled and pulled out a chair for her. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them and said, it's so good to be safe. You two should stop quarreling. Gu Jingzi said, I hope this time it'll be a good month. Damn it. Is there a big brother who talks like that? Gu Jingyan said. Liu Beichen also said, it's almost a month. How much money will you give me when it's time? Gu Jingzi said, do you really want to bet? Liu Beichen slammed the table. Of course. I'm not afraid of you. Gu Jingzi looked up. How much? Tell me. Give me your family's damn project. Okay. Liu Beichen didn't believe that he couldn't quarrel with Gu Jingyan as long as he was fine. Gu Jingzi tilted his head and said, Jingyan, do you know that Beichen was in Greece last month? Liu Beichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. In Greece? Who did he meet in Greece? Fu Chenzi, but that was just a coincidence between friends. Sigh, that's not right. How did Gu Jingzi know? Sigh, that's not right. Why did he make the bet on purpose when he knew? Gu Jingyan immediately cried out, what happened last month? Liu Beichen panicked and immediately attracted Gu Jingyan's attention. Chapter 1144. Liu Beichen's face darkened. He immediately said to Gu Jingzi, you did it on purpose. Gu Jingzi ate and said lightly, we'll talk about it in detail after you've coaxed them. Liu Beichen yelled, Gu Jingzi, are you going to cheat your brother-in-law just for a project? Gu Jingzi raised his head indifferently. Without me, you wouldn't have survived a month anyway. Gu Jingyan couldn't be bothered with Liu Beichen anymore. She glared at him and said with a straight face, let's talk when we get back. Sigh, At this moment, Gu Jingyan saw Xue Mingqi, who was about to sit down. She immediately said, hey, this is the main table. You're a distant relative, why are you sitting here? Xue Mingqi stared blankly for a moment, and her complexion became somewhat unsightly. I'm just here. Everyone called me over. When the relatives saw this, they hurriedly advised, Meng Qi has been busy for so many days. This banquet, Gu Jingyan frowned and said, well, she's the one who wants to do it. If it's not her, it's not like no one can do it. If you think it's too hard, you don't have to do it. The faces of the clan members immediately turned ugly. However, there was no way to refute these words. Moreover, Gu Jingyan was the legitimate daughter of the Gu family. Who would dare to offend her? After all, Lin Che was Gu Jingzi's daughter-in-law. Who knew what would happen in the future? Gu Jingzi might not like her for a while. However, Gu Jingyan was different. No matter what happened, she would always be the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Xue Mingqi usually didn't have much interaction with this young lady, and they weren't familiar with each other. At this moment, when she looked at Gu Jingyan, it seemed that she wasn't very friendly to her. However, Xue Mingqi did not dare to go against her. Her eyes darted around. She could only say weakly, "Yes, I was just giving it a try. I didn't do well. Please forgive me." The clan members all pitied Xue Mingqi. "Seriously, after working so hard for so long, I still didn't get any benefits, and I'm actually being despised like this." As soon as Xue Mingqi showed her weakness, the people next to her all called her over. The person at the next table immediately let Xue Mingqi sit down, silently supporting her. Xue Mingqi sat down obediently. Gu Jingyan turned around and looked at her. At this moment, she was still angry, so she didn't hesitate to vent her anger. "Little sister-in-law, what's going on now? Why haven't you taken over the position of mistress?" The moment he said that, the people around him all turned to look at him. Xue Mingqi's ears perked up. Lin Che said, "I'm still pregnant, so I don't have time to think too much about it." At the side, one of the clan members looked at her. What did she mean? Did she mean that she was going to inherit the throne sooner or later? They hadn't agreed to it yet. He stood up and said, "Jing Yan, the position of matriarch is also very important. You can't just casually take over the position. You can't just casually take over the position." Gu Jingyan laughed and turned around. "Are you saying that whoever you want to take over the position will be the successor?" Gu Jingyan said, "Isn't that what you're trying to say now? If I say something and you immediately refuse, you're allowed to say who's going to be the successor and I'm not allowed to say it. I didn't mean that. Fourth miss, you can't slander me like that." Seeing this, Xuening Shan stood up from behind and said, "Fourth miss, we're thinking for the sake of the Gu clan. After all, the matter of the matriarch concerns the reputation of the entire Gu clan for many years to come. Naturally, everyone is very anxious, and it concerns everyone. We feel that it's very important to choose a matriarch that everyone will submit to." Gu Jingyan turned around and said, "Old Xue, then choosing my little sister-in-law is the right choice. She's the head's wife, and her son is the future successor. Naturally, she's the most suitable candidate to be the matriarch." Xuening Shan said, "This mistress also needs to manage things. The internal affairs of our family are very trivial. Of course, we can't just find a random person to manage it. We also need to find someone who has experience and ability. Someone who can be trusted by others should be able to manage it." Gu Jingyan said, "Then my little sister-in-law is even more suitable. She has experience in running a company, and has the ability to manage it well. Moreover, on one hand, she's the daughter-in-law of the Gu clan, and on the other hand, she's a descendant of the Lu clan. She's also a big star outside. Isn't that enough of a reputation?" Xuening Shan's expression changed. Gu Jingyan turned around and said, "Am I right, old Xue?" When everyone saw this, they all fell silent. Because they didn't want to quarrel with her, but they were determined not to agree. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyan from the side. He was very grateful that she was willing to stand on his side at this moment. Although it was just a few words, Gu Jingyan had a position in the Gu clan. Secondly, she had her own company and her own assets. Hence, she had the confidence to speak and didn't need to care about other people's opinions. Hence, Gu Jingyan didn't need to think too much when she spoke. Anyway, no matter what she said, no one would dare to do anything to her. Xuening Shan gritted his teeth and looked at her. He said directly, "Fourth miss, you're already married. You don't have to meddle in the matriarch's affairs, do you?" When Gu Jingyan heard this, she turned around instantly and said, "I'm married." So you're saying that I'm married and I'm like water that's been spilled. Even if I stay here now, I don't have the right, right? Xuanningshan didn't mean that. However, she was too good at twisting other people's words. At this moment, Xuemingqi stood up and silently grabbed Xuanningshan's arm. She looked very helpless, as if she really didn't want to see this scene. Forget it, Dad. Don't say that to 4th Mississippi. No matter what, 4th Miss has the right to stay here. After all, no matter where 4th Miss marries, she still has the Gu clan's blood flowing in her body. Bloodline speaks for itself. When someone heard this, they felt even more pity for Xuemingqi. Even if Gu Jingyan was the 4th Miss, she couldn't bully others like this. 4th Miss, everyone knows that you have the Gu clan's blood flowing in your body. So it doesn't matter what you say. However, there are some people who don't have the Gu clan's blood flowing in their body. Mingqi is a distant relative of our Gu clan, but there are some people who are definitely outsiders. It's fine if they have the ability, but if they don't, why should we trust them? Gu Jingyan looked at the person who spoke. Is a distant relative closer, or is the Gu clan's future successor's mother closer? A distant relative could easily run away with the Gu clan's money, but there's no need for sister-in-law to do so. Because no matter what she does or doesn't do, the one who will inherit the Gu clan in the future will still be her son. That's enough. Xuemingqi looked at Gu Jingyan. My father's words aren't good, but it's all because he discovered a little problem with Lin Che. That's why he was so agitated. A little problem. Chapter 1145. Everyone turned to look at her. Xuemingqi said sadly, we didn't want to talk about this at first, but since Miss Minglan is suspicious of our intentions, I have to say it. My father found out that Qin Qing had an affair with Lin Che, so he didn't want Lin Che to be the mistress of our family. There was dead silence all of a sudden. Gu Jingze stood up immediately. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Lin Che also stood up and looked at Xuemingqi. What do you mean? Xuemingqi snorted. Lin Che, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Do you think no one knows? What's the relationship between you and Qin Qing? Tell me, what happened in the hotel recently? Tell me. Just a few words were enough to make everyone's imagination run wild. He had already gone to the hotel. What could possibly have happened? Lin Che snorted. Qin Qing and I have been classmates since we were young. Is there a problem? In the hotel? I really don't know what you're talking about. Xuemingqi naturally knew that she wouldn't admit it. I have evidence. We all saw you and Qin Qing entering the room one after the other. I don't know how much time had passed before Gu Jingze rushed over. Then you two parted on bad terms. The video is here. Why don't you take a look? She had edited the video a little, and when she was editing it, she had purposely edited it to be very ambiguous. Xuemingqi threw a flash drive on the table and looked at the two of them with a sad expression. I didn't believe it at first, but now that something like this has happened, I have no choice but to break up with Qin Qing. I think you've gone too far. Your belly is so big, but you don't care about that. How could you and Qin Qing? You know what kind of relationship we have. Everyone naturally believed in Xuemingqi. First of all, they felt that Xuemingqi wouldn't give up her boyfriend just to frame someone. He even tore out his scars in front of everyone. But she really was the kind of person who would dare to do that. Someone was about to take the flash drive when Gu Jingze said, All right, Xuemingqi, you can slander me, but you can't slander Lin Che. Xuemingqi looked at him. Cousin, are you still going to protect Lin Che at a time like this? That's right, he said. Everyone was stunned. His words were hard to respond to. Mingqi said, cousin, even if she treats you like this, are you still willing to forgive her? Gu Jingzi said, yes. Who would have thought that Gu Jingzi wasn't angry at all? If he wasn't angry, he wouldn't be able to continue acting. Gu Jingyan burst into laughter. Hey, that's enough. My second brother saw it and he knows about it. How dare you blame my sister-in-law? Why don't you take a look and see what she is? Is she qualified to anger my second brother? What's his name? Qin something. Mingqi paused again. Gu Jingyan said, what did you just say? You took a picture of them entering a hotel together. Is that the purpose of the hotel? Your brain is really dirty. You clearly know that my little sister-in-law is pregnant, yet you still accuse her like this. Besides, why don't you take a look at the man you like? Do you think others will like him too? I have evidence. What do you have? You can say that about me. Mingqi didn't care about her image anymore. It was mainly because Gu Jingyan had gone too far, making her forget to maintain her image as a virtuous lady. Gu Jingyan said, do you still need evidence? Let the man you mentioned come over and stand beside my second brother. Is he better than my second brother? Is he good enough to move my little sister-in-law? After being with my second brother for so many years, would my little sister-in-law like another man? Do you really think that everyone is as blind as you? Mingqi shouted, Gu Jingyan, you're acting shamelessly. What did I do to you? Why are you insulting me like this? Everyone had never seen Mingqi so agitated before. For a moment, they stared at Mingqi in shock. Mingqi was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She felt that she had been too agitated. It was because Gu Jingyan's words were really too unpleasant that she couldn't control herself for a moment. Enough. At this moment, Lin Che's indifferent voice sounded from behind. She walked over and said, I just wanted to see who it was that wanted to slander me and plot against me. That's why I heard all of this. I really didn't expect this outcome. Miss Shui, even if you and I are competitors, if you want it, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush to frame me. Who's framing you? I don't care about framing you at all. Mingqi was a little anxious and she was a little out of control. Compared to her, Lin Che was much calmer because he already knew that this would happen. Everyone looked at him and wondered if they had seen it the other way around. How could Lin Che be so calm and composed all of a sudden? He also looked extraordinary. Compared to Mingqi's current irascibility, he looked more like someone who had been promoted and was indifferently looking down on her. As for Mingqi, she looked like a village woman standing in front of him. She was simply unbearable to look at. Lin Che said, I thought it was strange that Qin would go to my hotel. If it weren't for the fact that we are good friends, I wouldn't have believed his words. He told me that you were the one who asked him to go there. I couldn't believe it. Who would have such thoughts about their boyfriend? But you're actually so cruel and merciless. For the sake of the position of mistress, you're willing to frame everyone around you. Gu Jingzi already knew about it. When he went in, Qin was telling me. He was watching the whole time. He was very angry, but he was angry because the Gu family had someone like you, not because of anything else. Mingqi's expression turned ugly again. She found it even harder to control her expression. Lin Che's aura suddenly became even more oppressive. He glared at Mingqi and said, you can compete with me, but you can't insult my character like this. Mingqi, I won't forgive you just because of this. I didn't do it at all. You don't have any evidence that I did it. You know your relationship with Qin. Don't even think about seducing him to say bad things about me. Gu Jingyan stood up and looked at the two of them. Second brother is on little sister-in-law's side. I'm also on little sister-in-law's side. Let me ask you, Xuemingqi, who's on your side? Who's willing to believe you? Everyone looked and watched. They didn't know how to react at that moment. On the other hand, Lin Che's side was already like a strong wall when they stood together. They were all the top people in the Gu family. No one dared to go against them. But at this moment, Lin Che's stomach suddenly moved. Lin Che almost sat down. It suddenly hurt so much. Chapter 1146. Gu Jingze immediately noticed the change in her expression. What's wrong, Lin Che? Lin Che held her stomach with one hand and held Gu Jingze's hand with the other. The child has a stomachache. Gu Jingze's expression changed. Xueningshan still couldn't believe it. Why did her stomach have a stomachache at this time? It's so easy to lie about being pregnant. Did she want to use this opportunity to hide the contents of the USB drive? Or was she really worried about something? Xueningshan stood up and said, "Is it really a stomachache? There's a doctor at home. Why don't we just let the doctor take a look at you first? Wouldn't the doctor be able to see if it was really a stomachache?" However, as soon as Xueningshan finished his sentence, Gu Jingze's cold and sharp eyes looked at him. Xueningshan's expression darkened as if he had been cut by that gaze. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che and stared in Xueningshan's direction. "Get out of my way. If anything happens to Lin Che, I'll kill all of you." His words were sonorous and forceful, powerful and resonating. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze's face as if they were in hell. In the past, although he was indifferent, his expression would never be resolute. At this moment, there was a kind of terrifying power that made people feel that his whole body was surrounded by a vicious aura that seemed to come from the deep sea, which made people feel cold all over. Xueningshan didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He gritted his teeth and continued pestering Gu Jingze. "Jingze, as the head of the family, you can't be so biased towards her. She's just giving birth. What can she do? You can't leave. Just giving birth." Gu Jingze looked at Xueningshan. Because he was an old man and had some prestige in the Gu family, Xueningshan directly stood there and blocked Gu Jingze's way with his body. His face was filled with determination, as if he was determined not to let Lin Che leave. However, at this moment, Lin Che's stomach started to hurt even more. She tightened her grip on Gu Jingze's clothes. He could clearly feel the strength in her hand. Gu Jingze looked at Xueningshan coldly. He lifted his leg and kicked him in the chest. He was so strong that he didn't leave any room for maneuver. Xueningshan was kicked 2 meters away before he fell to the ground. He clutched his chest and raised his head in horror from the ground. Gu Jingze said coldly, "Whoever dares to stop me, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place." Xueningshan's throat went numb. Just as he was about to speak, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Gu Jingze, you've forgotten your ancestors for a woman." Everyone was shocked as well. Xueningshan said directly, "Stop her. Our Xue clan will not be bullied by a woman like this." He did not dare to say that it was Gu Jingze who bullied him, so he blamed everything on Lin Che. Some of the clan members were extremely agitated as well. Looking at Xueningshan, they felt that Gu Jingze had really crossed the line. Taking advantage of the large number of people, they immediately caused a ruckus. At this moment, Gu Jingze's men quickly surrounded them. The people of Xuening Mountain were immediately surrounded. No matter how many people they had, none of them was as powerful as Gu Jingze's personal guards. At this moment, there were many of Gu Jingze's men. Their aura was so oppressive that they surrounded many people, making them unable to move. Xueningshan was helped up by Xuemingqi. He said angrily, my Xue clan swears to resist Lin Che. We will not allow her to be the mistress. If she becomes the mistress, my Shua clan will definitely not agree. Naturally, he did not dare to say that he wanted to leave the Gu clan. The Gu clan had not been divided for many years. It had lasted for hundreds of years. If he said that he wanted to split, he would be beaten by his ancestors. How would he dare to do that? Moreover, with the Gu clan's strong backing, all the members of the Gu clan could become stronger. They would definitely not do anything that would harm their own interests. However, he was definitely furious. His Xuanning mountain was blocked in front of so many people. If he was kicked until he vomited blood, it would be really embarrassing. Many of the clan members said that they would not allow Lin Che to be the mistress. In the hospital, the entire floor was quickly locked down. All the doctors rushed towards the emergency room. The woman's due date is next month. It's 20 days early. The woman's water has broken. Get all the equipment ready. Inform the director. I don't know if the pediatrics are ready. This child is not to be underestimated. Get everyone ready. As the due date was 20 days later, the obstetrician and pediatrician that Gu Jingze called would only arrive 10 days later. Now that there was an accident, it would take at least a few hours for them to arrive. However, Lin Che's water had already broken. They couldn't wait that long. Gu Jingze was by Lin Che's side. He looked at her and held her hand. Lin Che, I'm here. Does it hurt? Lin Che was being held by Gu Jingze. She did not want to show that she was too weak. She did not want him to worry. I'm fine. You can leave, she said. However, as she said this, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach again. She involuntarily tightened her grip on Gu Jingze's hand. Gu Jingze could feel it. He held her even tighter. I will always be here with you. No, giving birth is so ugly. I don't want you to look at me. Lin Che was still crying. No, I'm not leaving. Gu Jingze held her hand and kissed it gently. I want to look at you. No, Lin Che cried out. The doctor and nurse were so shocked that they quickly said, Sir, please go out. We are about to start the labor. According to the rules here, the husband had to go out. He could not stay and watch. However, Gu Jingze raised his head. His cold eyes were filled with a chilling intent. The people behind him were all stunned. He said, I said that I want to stay here and watch my wife and child get born safely. The doctor was stunned and stood there in a daze. But our hospital's rules. Then change it now. The doctor was about to speak when the nurse quickly said, Okay. Dr. Chen, the woman is about to give birth. You watch her first. I will ask the director immediately. The doctor had no choice but to bite the bullet and start the labor. However, their hospital usually did not allow people to be here, let alone the strong pressure made the doctor not dare to make any mistakes. He lowered his head and examined the patient. Outside, just as the nurse opened her mouth to speak, the director quickly said, All right. If Gu Jingze wants to stay inside, who else can come out? If he is inside, then he is inside. You just have to take care of him. If you want our hospital to be fine, then do it well. Otherwise, no one can save us. The nurse rushed in and saw that the woman was already exerting her strength. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze kept looking at Lin Che and said softly, Lin Che, is it painful? Is it very painful? His voice was heart-wrenching. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but be touched. Chapter 1147. Lin Che shook his head. It doesn't hurt, liar, you're sweating. He stroked her forehead, his fingers trailing down her hair and cheeks. Stroking her, he said, "Don't give birth anymore. Just this once. The pain will be over soon, okay?" "Okay, I won't." Really, at this moment, when the pain was unbearable, she only had one thought. She would never have children again. Gu Jingze was already regretting it. Why would he have children when he already had Nian Nian? She was in so much pain. It was so painful that his heart was trembling. "Okay, I won't have children anymore. We'll go out and play after the birth." "Where do you want to go?" "I want to go to the North Pole." "Okay, the North Pole. I want to see the Aurora Borealis." "Okay, I'll take you there. I want to live in a house with a transparent glass roof." "Okay, I'll take you there." Gu Jingze kissed the back of her hand and whispered to her. Outside, there were still people coming and going. The nurse was so touched that her eyes were moist. "Mr. Gu is so good to Madam. He keeps saying that he won't have children anymore. His heart aches." Most rich families valued sons over daughters. They wanted children over their mothers. The more children they had, the more rewards they would get. They treated their children like tools. However, Gu Jingze was different from them. "Look, the more handsome a man is, the better he treats his wife. He's so rich, yet he loves his wife so much. I'm so jealous." However, Lin Che still couldn't give birth. Her water had broken, but the child wouldn't come out. The cervix wouldn't open until 4 fingers. The doctor was anxious. Gu Jingze looked back at the doctor from time to time. His gaze made the doctor feel like he was going to die. Seeing that Lin Che had been in pain for almost an hour without moving, Gu Jingze raised his head and asked sternly, "What's wrong? Why does it still hurt?" The doctor's face was pale and he was about to cry. "Sir, the cervix isn't open yet. We're monitoring it. If there's still a problem later, we'll have to operate." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Lin Che hurriedly pulled his hand. "It's only been a while, don't be anxious. It's not uncommon for people to be in pain for a whole day after giving birth. If he continued like this, the doctor would probably be scared to death." Didn't he know that his presence would make the doctor even more nervous? Gu Jingze said, "One day." "No, let's do the surgery." Lin Che shook his head, "I can still hold on for a while." "Let's see, Yanian also hurt for a few hours at that time." "It's fine, but, as long as the child is fine, I can still endure this bit of pain." But he couldn't hold on. Looking at her like this, he felt as if every day felt like a year. However, even so, he still respected her wishes. If she wanted to persist, he would let her persist. Outside. However, someone was already working behind the scenes. Lin Che's sudden birth caught many people off guard. However, some people who were already prepared were still making their moves. Lin Che can't give birth yet. If there are no accidents, one of these needles will suffocate the child to death today. At that time, she may not be able to survive. What medicine is this? This is a new type of pregnancy protection medicine. It's been used a few times abroad. It's very useful when it's used to protect the fetus. However, during labor, using it will only cause the cervix to close and the body to stiffen. The child won't be able to come out and might very well suffocate to death in the womb. Okay, use it. Use more of it. Now that Gu Jingze is inside and it's a mess outside, he may not be able to care. Yes, a group of people quietly snuck into the hospital in the dark. There was a trace of darkness in the white coat, making the already tense hospital even more crowded, and inside. Lin Che was still in so much pain that he was screaming, "Gu Jingze, I can't, I'm in so much pain. Go out first, don't worry about me, no, I can't go out." Lin Che, I have to watch over you. But, what could he do if he was here? She didn't want him to be too nervous. Having experienced giving birth once, she knew that the scene was also very scary. She didn't want him to see it. But now that her stomach was in so much pain, why was the child still not moving? She gritted her teeth and endured it. When the doctor heard her scream, he came in again in a panic. The few of them monitored her stomach to see if there was any movement of the fetus inside. Sir, we might need to give you an injection to induce labor. The cervix is still not opening, we can't do anything about it. Lin Che nodded. Do it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che deeply and could only nod. Do it. The doctor quickly asked someone to prepare the medicine. Gu Jingze looked at the people who came in and hung up the four again to change Lin Che's dressing. He stared at the person and the yellow medicine bottle. After it was taken down, he changed the antibiotic that she had been injected with. Just as the yellow medicine was about to be injected, wait a minute. Gu Jingze grabbed the wrist of the doctor who came in. The male doctor's gaze moved and he looked flustered. He grabbed the man's hand. I didn't see you just now. The man said, I've been here all along. You probably didn't notice. No, you didn't come in. You're lying. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the medicine bottle and pulled it away. Lin Che was stunned. He saw that Gu Jingze was still holding the man's hand and pressed him onto the treatment table at the side. Gu Jingze had a photographic memory. He saw the faces of the few people in the room clearly. He couldn't be wrong. This person definitely wasn't there just now. The man froze. Seeing that he had been exposed, he turned around and shot at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze. Lin Che cried out in surprise. He didn't know where he got the strength to sit up immediately. Gu Jingze reacted quickly and avoided the most dangerous part. However, the bullet still hit his left shoulder. The man saw that he didn't hit Gu Jingze, but after Gu Jingze was shot, blood immediately spread out on his white shirt, leaving a bright red patch. Then, the man was about to shoot in Lin Che's direction. Gu Jingze pounced over and grabbed the man's wrist. The gun fell to the ground. The man aimed it at Gu Jingze and shot. Gu Jingze didn't make a sound. He still held onto the man's body tightly. At this moment, there was a bang above his head. Gu Jingze felt the body of the person under him twitch. He was stunned and looked up. In front of him, Lin Che held the gun in one hand and looked at the person under her trembling hand. She was the one who fired the shot just now. The person under her was already lifeless. She was killed with a single shot. Gu Jingze pushed the person away. Lin Che seemed to have used up all her strength. The gun fell from her hand and she took a few steps back. Chapter 1148. Before she fell, Gu Jingze had already caught her in his arms. Lin Che couldn't care less. She grabbed his arm and said, "No, it's coming out. I can feel it." However, the doctors and nurses had already run out. There was no one left in the room. Gu Jingze looked back. He scanned the room but couldn't find her. He shouted, "Someone, get the doctor. Lin Che is going to give birth." However, there was still no one outside. Lin Che seemed to be very weak. She pulled him and shook her head. "It's okay. Let me lie down." Gu Jingze gritted his teeth and put her down on the bed. She pulled on the iron ring on the bed as she arched her legs and used all her strength. She screamed in pain, but she still couldn't give birth. Gu Jingze watched from the side. "No, I'm going to get the doctor." Lin Che shook her head. Don't leave me," she didn't want to be with a corpse at this time. Gu Jingze looked down at the corpse on the floor. He nodded and held her hand again. Lin Che exhaled and gritted her teeth. It's just giving birth. I can give birth. I don't need help. Gu Jingze could only hold her hand again. Lin Che squeezed it hard and screamed with all her might. Ah! She raised her head and used all her strength. Suddenly, she felt something rushing out of her body. Gu Jingze, the child is coming out. It's coming out. Gu Jingze had been so focused on looking at Lin Che that he had forgotten everything else. When he heard her scream, he hurriedly went downstairs and carried the child out. There was still some gray on the child's head. It was covered with blood. When he thought that it was all Lin Che's blood, he felt even worse. It was the first time in his life that he had experienced holding the warm child and watching her cry. Hearing Lin Che lie down again, panting, he still didn't know what to do. He could be a mighty emperor in front of thousands of soldiers, but now, facing a weak child, he didn't know where to start. Lin Che got up and said, "Scissors, cut the umbilical cord first." Listening to Lin Che's instructions, he immediately went to look for something. Although his brain was in a mess, he was still Gu Jingze. He still had his judgment and the ability to trigger. His innate sense of operation allowed him to quickly understand what he had to do. His brain was spinning quickly. He thought about it and understood that he had to do something at this time. The baby was removed and the umbilical cord was bandaged. Lin Che continued to exert force and squeezed out the remaining things from the uterus. Only then was he done. After that, she had no strength left. Gu Jingze held her in one hand and the baby in the other. He had completely forgotten his own pain and walked out of the delivery room. However, he saw that there was still no one outside. The huge hospital seemed to have been emptied all of a sudden. Lin Che couldn't help but feel cold. He looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "Where did everyone go?" Gu Jingze said, "Maybe something happened while I was inside. Don't worry. Let's find another place to rest first." Okay. With Gu Jingze by her side, Lin Che naturally didn't have to worry about anything. At this moment, her head was completely exhausted. She had just lost a lot of blood, and her body was very weak. With Gu Jingze supporting her, she carefully walked to the side. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on, but at this moment, someone suddenly jumped down from above, broke the window, and jumped in. Lin Che's heart palpitated. Then, she heard the person who came in call out, "Mississippi." That pleasantly surprised voice made Lin Che feel even more amiable. It was Dongzi who came to find her. She said, "Dongzi, you're here." Dongzi hurried over to help. He carried Lin Che and brought the two of them into a safe ward. After settling Lin Che down, Dongzi then told them about the situation outside. Someone took advantage of what happened today and suddenly rushed into the hospital with his men. There had just been a gunfight in the hospital. Gu Jingming had already surrounded the place with his men. However, some of the troublemakers had already scattered in the chaos and no one knew where they were at all. Gu Jing's men suffered some losses because they didn't expect the other party to break in and shoot around with guns. Gu Jing's bodyguards were also in a mess. Gu Jingming made a prompt decision and asked everyone to leave the place. Then, a small team of people came in to patrol. They had to find all the people who had caused trouble. They had to search each room one by one. They had to prevent any of them from running around and putting Gu Jingze and Lin Che in danger. And the people below had already found them floor by floor. Dongzi was worried about Lin Che and Gu Jingze, so he looked down floor by floor. Just now, he happened to see two people from the window on this floor, so he quickly broke in. Lin Che endured the pain and said weakly, "Did you lose a lot of people?" Dongzi didn't want to make her worry. However, since she had already asked, he couldn't lie. Some of them were at the door. They swore to guard the door and almost died together with the other party. Fortunately, because of their protection, Miss and Mr. Gu are fine. Lin Che sighed and closed her eyes. Who would do such a cruel thing secretly? Gu Jingzi didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked outside. His side profile was like a proud plum blossom in the winter. It was cold but proud and independent. Under the bone-piercing frost, there was a bit of stubbornness. Gu Jingzi said, eldest brother wanted to search for the people so that they would be busy running away and wouldn't have the time to kill us. These people must have seen that the medicine didn't work and was discovered by me, so they decided to kill us ruthlessly. They had two plans in advance. One was to poison our children, and the other was to kill both of us and die together. Lin Che said, why do people want me to die so much? Because we can touch too many interests. Those who want us to die. Well, Lin Che, let's not think about this. Wait a minute. Let Dongzi go and find them first. Since they failed to kill us, they won't do anything again. We will be fine. Lin Che held Gu Jingzi's hand and saw that his arm was still bleeding. Gu Jingzi, Gu Jingzi looked down and shook his head with a smile. He looked at his daughter and then at her. Silly girl, it's okay. I can still carry you and our daughter. That's right, their daughter. Lin Che lowered his head and looked at the weak child. A mist rose in his heart. What an adorable child. He lowered his head to touch the child. The child suddenly let out a loud cry. She didn't look like a lady at all. Instead, she looked like a tomboy. Gu Jingzi said, what should we call her? What do you think? Gu Xiuan. She is my wish. I hope that from today onwards, you and she will never be hurt again. Lin Che pulled him slightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 1149. It was indeed a mess outside. Everyone was looking for Gu Jingzi and Lin Che. They were also looking for the people who suddenly started the gunfight. Beast City was completely locked down. All mail was not allowed to be sent out. The streets around the hospital were blocked off. None of the doctors and nurses were allowed to leave. They were all gathered in a conference room and were only allowed to leave after passing the examination. The strict examination was very scary. Since they became doctors, they had never encountered such a thing. However, who knew that they would experience something that they would never have thought of in their entire lives and be brought here for examination? Fortunately, after passing the examination, Mr. President personally arrived and spoke to all the medical staff, thanking everyone for their cooperation. Because there were some people who were not safe in the hospital, they had to be examined one by one. After passing the examination, everyone would be safe. After being comforted, everyone was let go. However, they still had to go through one procedure after another, so they couldn't go home for the time being. After calling their families to tell them that they were safe, everyone waited outside for the notice. There was no report on this incident on TV, and the blood-stained hospital had been quickly cleaned up. However, the wall that had just been burned by bullets could not be washed away. There were real traces left after the gunfight, which was shocking to see. After Lin Che and Gu Jingzi were found by Dongzi, they were sent outside safely. At home, Lin Che was lying on the bed, surrounded by doctors and nurses. All the family members were still waiting outside to see the child, but they were all stopped. Lin Che still needed to rest. She had really used up too much energy because of what happened in the hospital. Fortunately, the child's body was fine, and she was also fine. She was just a little weak because of the loss of blood. Nian Nian looked at the little child, and her expression was very changing. She sighed and shook her head from time to time, which made Lin Che feel very interesting. Nian Nian, look at how much your sister likes you. You should also say hello to her. Nian Nian really wanted to grab her hair, but she didn't dare to touch the child at all. He's too small. What if he breaks it? I won't say hello. Ah, it's not a big deal to say hello. Yes, I don't want to, ha 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 ha, Nian Nian, you're actually afraid of babies. Gu Xinian raised his head, his face dark. At this time, he still couldn't think of how this little demon girl would pester him all the way when she was a little older in the future. He couldn't do anything about it and could only turn back to hug this koala bear and persuade her to be obedient, sensible, and not to cause trouble. If he was a little harsh, she would cry her eyes out, and he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, Nian Nian could only sigh as he caressed the child's little hand. He felt that babies were the most terrifying things in the world. She looked too weak and delicate. But this was actually his younger sister. When Gu Jingzi came in, Lin Che woke up in a daze. Seeing that it was already dark outside, she asked, "What time is it?" "It's late. Go to bed first." He stroked her cheek and sat down. There were many people looking after the child, so Lin Che didn't need to worry about it. Right now, the most important thing for her was to take care of her body. Lin Che said, "It's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you still working on something?" "Yes." Wasn't the incident that day very troublesome? First, there was the incident at the Gu residence, which caused some unrest among the clan members. Then, there were so many incidents at the hospital. Gu Jingzi stroked her hair. It's certain that the clan members are divided now. Anyway, there were differences to begin with, so it's easy to keep them in check. At most, they'll just quarrel among themselves. They definitely won't dare to split up. Then they won't take the opportunity to do anything, will they? They won't dare to, but the division is even more obvious now. I'm afraid that in the future, it'll be even more obvious for the various factions to form their own cliques. What should we do then? Sooner or later, I'll still get rid of them all. This can be done slowly. He kissed her forehead. How are you feeling? Lin Che said, I'm still a little dazed. You need to nourish your body. You don't need to nourish yourself so much, she said. How's the incident at the hospital? Gu Jingzi said, they're still investigating who the people are, but no one escaped. Other than the remains of the corpses, they didn't catch anyone alive. Those who were alive have already committed suicide. It looks like they don't want us to leave any traces. Okay, but someone who can be so ruthless must have a powerful background. After such a meticulous arrangement, the other party must have the ability to fight against the Gu family. As Lin Che thought about the internal and external troubles, his heart also felt a little depressed. Gu Jingzi leaned over and looked at her. Silly, don't think so much. The Gu family has always been like this. There will always be troubles, but we can handle every one of them. You have to believe me. Okay, I believe you. He groped and found her lips. All the troubles weren't troubles. In his eyes, they were like dust and could be ignored. However, when he thought of how she had raised a gun to kill people, and how she had no choice but to hold blood in her hands, he couldn't stay calm anymore. These days, he had been trying hard to find her whereabouts. Every time he thought of Lin Che holding a gun, he only felt a crazed desire to find her and get rid of her, so that Lin Che wouldn't have to experience such things in the future, so that their lives could be peaceful. Although complete peace was impossible, he was willing to put in all the effort for it. Lin Che whimpered and wanted to move away. It was the middle of the night, and she hadn't brushed her teeth. Her mouth was uncomfortable, and she didn't want him to kiss her. Gu Jingzi didn't care. He continued to press his lips against hers. Don't move, I haven't brushed my teeth. What's wrong with not brushing your teeth? There's a smell. Yeah, there's always a smell. It's sweet. The tip of his tongue pressed down. How can it be? It's true, your body is full of sweetness. I don't believe it, you haven't eaten it before, so you don't know. He smiled and pressed against her. But I know that every place is sweet, every corner. Why did this sound so wrong? Every corner, so dirty. Then, he pressed his mouth down and kissed her more intensely. Lin Che couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck until she was out of breath. However, just when she couldn't stop herself, she put her hand on his arm. Yeah. He made a sound. Only then did she remember. Ah, your hand. He looked down. Fuck, it's bleeding again. Lin Che shouted anxiously, quick, call the doctor. The doctor came very quickly. Gu Jing's health had always been poor, but he had been working too hard, so the wound kept opening up. The doctor said, Sir, you need to rest well. Gu Jingze looked up and the doctor didn't dare to speak under his cold gaze. Chapter 1150. Lin Che said hurriedly, Yeah. Don't be so busy. Gu Jingze said, I'm fine. The doctor only said one sentence and could only watch helplessly. He didn't want to persuade Lin Che anymore, so he didn't want to. Looking at Lin Che, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, this patient was too powerful, and it was impossible for him to speak. However, Lin Che had already climbed over to his side, looked at him, and said, No, you can't go to work tomorrow. Be good. I'm really fine. But you said that you're going to keep your hands for me and cheer you on. How are you going to hold them now? Gu Jingze moved slightly. She said, If you don't hold me in the future, who am I going to look for? If not, I'll find someone else to hold me. Come back. Gu Jingze looked at her. It's okay. It's just a small wound. It'll be fine. He looked up at the doctor helplessly. It's done, right? Ah. Yes. The doctor quickly lowered his head and continued working. Looking at Lin Che, he thought that Madame still had a solution. If it were them, they would have been helpless. However, after Lin Che said a few words, he immediately shut up. Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze, feeling bored. She would be even more bored if he wasn't here. She held his hand and asked him to accompany her. When you're not here, I can only lie here and watch the servants play with the baby. I'm not even allowed to touch the baby. It's so boring. If you're here, I can still talk to you. Hearing this, he softened. He nodded and said, I'll be here with you tomorrow. She was finally happy. He looked at her helplessly. Meeting her was really like meeting a debt. And a debt that he was willing to pay. The next day, he really moved his work to her room. Confinement was really boring. Lin Che rested for a few days. Her only hobbies were watching TV and scrolling through Weibo. She was not allowed to watch too much, as she was worried that there would be problems with her eyes. Although Lin Che felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, she still respected it as a tradition. Fortunately, it wasn't like outside, where she was not allowed to shower or brush her teeth. If she really did that, she would be so dirty that she would hate herself to death. When she was abroad, she didn't know why, but foreigners didn't care about this at all. They even let her eat ice cream during her confinement period. She was scared out of her wits. It wasn't so exaggerated here. There were people taking care of her even when she showered and washed her hair. They wouldn't let her catch a cold. For a while, people outside heard that Lin Che had a daughter. Although they felt that a daughter was not as precious as a son, and they could accept the fact that he had a son, having a daughter meant having both a son and a daughter. In addition, they heard that Gu Jingze didn't care whether the child was a son or a daughter and loved children very much, so they immediately came to give gifts. They were all rejected outside, but they still accepted the gifts. In Gu Jingze's words, it didn't mean anything if he accepted it. If you gave it to me, I would take it. Lin Che asked someone to bring the gifts over to take a look. With one look, she was really shocked. There were so many expensive gifts, she was elated. Giving birth is so profitable. These people are really willing to spend. Gu Jingze said, of course. Hearing that he doted on his daughter, these people tried their best to cater to him. Unfortunately, Gu Jingze didn't even look at those things. Lin Che said, TSK, if they knew that you didn't even look at them, they would definitely be sad. I've already accepted them for a long time. I'll go back and thank the gods. Lin Che was speechless. What were these people after? They knew that he didn't lack anything, but they still sent them to him. They thought that Gu Jingze would look at them a little more if they gave him some gifts. If they knew that Gu Jingze didn't even look at who sent them and directly accepted them, they would probably cry. She spent her postpartum confinement with all kinds of gifts. Originally, they didn't want to see anyone, but when Yu Minmin and Mu Firen came, she met them one after another. Yu Minmin came with the child. Looking at the chubby child, Yu Minmin said enviously, she's so fair and chubby. I didn't expect you to be so thin, but your child is so fat. Of course, my child has absorbed it well. Lin Che didn't expect the child to be so heavy even though she was born 20 days later. She weighed 6.5 kilograms when she was born, and she grew at an astonishing speed. Looking at her now, she had already become a chubby little girl. But she was also very cute when she was fat. Yu Minmin said, the child looks so much like your husband. Lin Che looked at her and thought so too. Although she was very beautiful, she really looked too much like Gu Jingze. Lin Che was unhappy. Why did she look so much like Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze was very happy when he heard that. He smiled, which was rare for him, and Yu Minmin was shocked when she saw that. After Gu Jingze went out, Yu Minmin said, Gu Jingming has been working on this for a long time. The hospital is in trouble. I think it only reopened after a month. Lin Che said, you didn't hear any gossip. How is the Gu family now? She was worried that Gu Jingze was afraid that she would worry too much, so he didn't tell her. Yu Minmin said, it's fine. Everyone is just saying that you're a scourge and caused the Gu family to split up. But no one dares to go against Gu Jingze directly. After all, Gu Jingze has made it clear that he doesn't worry about offending any of the family members for you. Xueningshan was so angry that he didn't go out for a few days. Xuemingqi also stayed at home for a few days. It seems like she will definitely go against you in the future. You should be more careful. Lin Che snorted. I don't care. She can come if she wants. If she really wants to cause trouble for me, I won't give in so easily. Yu Minmin said, but Gu Jingze must have lost a lot of people. I see that he has been recruiting bodyguards recently, and he has also asked many training bases to step up their training. Lin Che sighed. Thinking about those people who died for no reason in the hospital, he felt terrible. There were a few familiar faces that she couldn't see anymore. They were really dedicated and loyal. For Gu Jingze and her, they had tried their best to buy time so that they could come back safely. Lin Che said, take out some of my money and send some compensation to them. I hope that their families can live a better life. Don't worry, Gu Jingze's compensation is not small. It has nothing to do with Gu Jingze. It's just a token of my appreciation, Lin Che said. Yu Minmin nodded and said, all right then. After Yu Minmin went out, she was surrounded by many members of the Gu family. Because they knew that so many people had gone, Yu Minmin was the only one who went in to see them. They were all asking about the situation inside. Yu Minmin was on Lin Che's side, so she naturally didn't say much. But when she went back, she first helped Lin Che send the compensation. After that, Lin Che finally came out of confinement. He went up the mountain to pay his respects to the bodyguards who had died this time. Then, he brought the child back to the Gu family to see the Gu family. After the child incident, Gu Jingze was very indulgent towards her. He wanted to pluck all the stars from the sky for her and let her do whatever she wanted. Although she had seen the servants at home for many years, she couldn't get used to it anymore. Chapter 1151. Gu Jingze, I want to eat an apple. Okay. Gu Jingze, give me a glass of milk. Okay. Gu Jingze, I want to go upstairs and lie down. Let's go. Gu Jingze, in the room, Lin Che's voice and Gu Jingze's voice could be heard all the time. Outside, the servants were discussing, Sir is really getting better and better to Madam. Yeah, he's so nice that it's scary. I don't know what Sir is thinking. He looks so scary. I've never seen Sir like this before. Hearing the servant's words, Lin Che walked in and saw that Gu Jingze was still reading his documents. Hearing her voice, he looked up at her and said, "Sit here for a while." Lin Che walked over and waited for him to finish his work before coming to see her. She looked up and said, "Gu Jingze, is there something wrong with you?" Gu Jingze said, "What's wrong?" As Lin Che said this, he pulled her into his arms. She blinked her eyes, casually wrapped her arms around his neck, and sat on his lap, moving around restlessly. She had just finished her confinement period, so he couldn't touch her yet. Now that she was rubbing against him like this, his eyes darkened. Lin Che said, "Why are you so nice to me? Why do you suddenly ask?" He raised his eyebrows and looked at her. She said, "Why? I'm just curious. Did I not treat you well in the past?" That's not it. It's just that you've been acting weirder lately." He shook his head helplessly. He took her hand and kissed it lightly before saying, "If a man doesn't want to dote on his woman more after seeing her doting for him, is he still a man?" Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. He said, "I just feel that I want to dote on you even more." Lin Che said teasingly, "Then, is it because you feel guilty in your heart that you want to dote on me?" He said, "How is this guilt? I just feel sorry for you." "Then what you're saying is that I've given birth and you feel guilty because I'm in pain, so you want to dote on me. You're slandering me." "I don't care. That's what you mean." "It's really not, then what's the reason?" Lin Che hooked his neck and asked with a pout. Gu Jingze looked at the arrogant Lin Che helplessly. "Because I love you." He leaned against her softly. His voice was as demonic as a ghost's, making one's heart melt. She wanted to hear him say that, so she deliberately twisted his words. It was so hard to hear him say he loved her. Perhaps it was also because he didn't like to express himself like this, so he didn't say it more than a few times. But now that she had really heard it, the feeling of being electrocuted, the palpitation that came from the bottom of her heart made her very emotional. When she looked at him, she smiled sweetly. Her coquettish expression lingered on her face, and he almost couldn't control himself. He wanted to press her down on the bed and ravage her. But now was not the time. Gu Jingze rubbed her ear gently, pinched her shoulder, and stroked it up and down. The large hand lingered on it, making her feel even more limp, especially when she stared straight at his pair of enchanting eyes. It really made her want to moan out loud. Gu Jingze was seducing her again. Lin Che hurriedly jumped down and snorted at him. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to see the baby. Lin Che hadn't returned to the company yet. Mu Firan had just finished her work, so Lin Che hadn't officially appeared in front of the media yet. She only heard from Mu Firan that she had just finished filming for the first season, and someone had sent her a lot of scripts to see if there were any that she liked. But she didn't want to be so busy at the moment, so she didn't look at them. Lin Che listened to her. If she liked acting, then she would act. If she didn't like it, then she wouldn't act. Anyway, Mu Firan had enough money to spend, and she didn't want to work so hard to earn money. Lee Mingyu called to express his concern and said that he had prepared a gift for her. He reminded her that she had promised to make games with him, but they hadn't started yet. Lin Che saw that the gifts were all famous and expensive. After searching for a long time, she found a few that little girls would like, so she left them for Shi Yuan to play in the future. Since Li Mingyu was so generous to her, she couldn't be too stingy. She hurriedly searched for games online to see what people liked to play. The esports industry had just started. There were many types of games online, and the most popular one was online tactical games. Players could summon their heroes to play as their characters, but Lin Che only died after playing for a long time. She gave up after playing for a while. Then, she saw role-playing games that were also action-oriented, so she immediately started playing them again. She downloaded the one with the most people online, which seemed to be very popular, Tianyu. It was similar to the setting of the pugilistic world, which allowed players to level up, survive, fight monsters, and live in teams. It allowed players to experience all aspects of the game and immerse themselves in the game. In particular, the fighting was not simple, and the controls were considered complicated. The checks and balances between the various sects were also very strong, so the game was more balanced. Lin Che had been playing for a few days, and he had been leveling up on a small scale. On the other hand, Li Mingyu called Lin Che and asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Che said, "Playing games. Oh, so free. It's my job. What do you know? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I have to play to know what's most attractive in the game." Okay. I was just curious that you weren't around these few days. I missed you, so I wanted to see what you were doing and forget about me. I'm relieved to know that you're fighting for the both of us. Why did that sound so wrong? Lin Che only said one word to him, scram. Li Mingyu was about to say more when she said, "Don't disturb my game." Upon hearing that, Li Mingyu said angrily, "What game is more attractive than me?" "Any game is more attractive than you," Lin Che said decisively. Li Mingyu pestered her relentlessly, but she still told him. After all, the two of them were preparing to make a game, so she had to share her experience with him. Upon hearing that, Li Mingyu asked immediately, "What district? What's your name? What are you doing?" "I'm going to play with you." Lin Che said to him, "Tianyu, Telecom District 13, the hope of the village." Wait a minute, Li Mingyu took a long time to react. The hope of the village. What kind of lousy name is that? She said, "Why? I'm the hope of the village. Our village depends on me to get rich." Chapter 1152. This name was also a funny one. She came up with it casually and didn't think too much about it. Li Mingyu looked at it in disdain for a long time before hanging up. Lin Che continued playing the game. He had to take care of the child when he was free. When the child fell asleep, he would continue playing the game. He played the game while looking after the child. He was very happy. His day was very fulfilling. He seemed to be even busier than Gu Jingze. At this moment, Lin Che was doing his daily routine in the game. He was picking up cow dung. Suddenly, a person jumped over and a few words flashed on the screen. Your cow dung has been taken. Then, he saw a shiny maroon horse appear in front of him. The man on the horse had white hair and white clothes. He came gracefully, his body emitting a rainbow and auspicious aura. His body shone with the light of Han Tian shakes the sea. He wore a black and white hat with a black and white cloud on it. The top of the hat was in a bun. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His long robe was black and white, and there was a silver cape on the back. It fluttered like snowflakes. What the fuck, who is this? He's practically blinding my eyes. Lin Che looked up at the name. It was a very arrogant name, Demon Island Moonlit Night. Lin Che was about to scold him. He looked at his horse, his clothes, and all the equipment on him. That little bit of his name and the equipment data appeared. Damn, this person had a full set of Wuji equipment. This person had a full set of Wuji equipment. It meant that the full set could be bought with money. However, it was definitely priceless. This equipment could only be obtained by chance. It took a lot of effort and materials. Hence, people who obtained it usually wouldn't bear to use it themselves. If they sold it, it would be sold for a sky-high price. And this person, he actually had a full set of. How much money did he spend to buy it? It was impossible to say that he had obtained it himself. A person who could obtain 1 or 2 sets required years of experience. How could he have a full set at once? He must have bought it. She knew that she had met a rich player. She couldn't beat him and quickly retreated. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she was hooked back by his skill. Aw, damn, I can't run. What else do you want? Hope of the village, Guru, what are you doing? I gave you the cow dung. If it's not enough, I'll let the cow poop some more. Demon Island Moonlit Night, no way. I like to steal from you. Keep picking. Did he mean that she would pick up one and he would snatch the other? She said, hey, you're such a bully. You're the one I'm bullying. Are you unhappy? Come fight me if you're unhappy. Hee hee, a match. Putting aside the fact that she was handicapped, even if she wasn't handicapped, with his equipment, she would still be able to kill him. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm leaving. You can go pick up the cow dung yourself. After saying so, Lin Che ran. Although he was a cripple, he had trained up a set of extremely powerful escape skills over the past few days. After using several skills in quick succession, Lin Che used a set of Qigong and ran far away. However, the horses in the back were heavenly horses, the best horses in the entire game. One had to wait for a long time to buy a horse from Ma Nong. Needless to say, he must have spent a lot of money to buy it. Therefore, when she was done with the set of Qigong, she raised her head and was shocked to find that he was still in front of her. Fuck, almighty, why aren't you moving? I'm inviting you to pick up cow dung with me. It's too boring for me to pick it up alone. Why are you running? Was there such an invitation? Also, why did these words sound so familiar? Lin Che, who was slow to realize, thought about it again. Demonized Island Moonlit Night Yu, Li Mingyu. Lin Che stopped as soon as he came to his senses. Looking at his flashy attire and that arrogant name, he became more and more unpleasant to the eye. She must have been blinded by lard. She thought that his attire was shiny. She must have only seen the shiny money on him. That was why she thought that he looked good. Because no one would think that money didn't look good. But looking at him now, she immediately felt that his attire was really too much of a nouveau riche. He was just short of shouting, I'm rich. She looked at him and said, Hey, Li Mingyu, are you crazy? What are you doing? Ha ha ha, you found out. Get lost. You're here to play with me, right? Yeah, Yeah. I'm here to play with you. Move away. Stay away from me. Don't disturb my game. Lin Che quickly walked away. Unexpectedly, Li Mingyu was right behind him. As he walked, he said, "Don't run. Tell me, I don't know what nickname I should use for you." "Hope." "The whole village." "I'll call you Cece." "Why don't you just call me Diarrhea?" "You can call me that if you want." "Get lost." Lin Che said, "Then you can call me Cece." "I'll call you Yu Yu, little Yu Yu." "Get lost." "I don't have such a girly name." "Hee hee, your whole name has the word girly in it. Unless you change your name now." "Hey, how is it girly? Come back and tell me clearly." The two of them ran wildly. To be more precise, Lin Che ran wildly while Li Mingyu followed behind. Along the way, the people around them also looked on, admiring this rare top-grade equipment. They were also guessing who this nouveau riche was and why they hadn't seen him in the game before. Lin Che only felt annoyed after the game ended. After that, he didn't go online anymore. Gu Jing's arm didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. As soon as he entered the door, he stretched his arm and said to Lin Che, "Hey Ing is outside." Lin Che quickly went out to see him. He entered the door and looked at the child. He laughed and said, "TSK TSK, what a pity. This child looks like Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze said from behind, "Take your hand away. Don't touch her." Hey Ing said, "Hey, she's my niece. Why can't I touch her? That's my daughter. Don't be fooled by her looks. Her temperament must be like our family. Look, she's so docile, not as hot-tempered as you. Like your family. Looks like I can't let her go out for the rest of her life." "What? In case her IQ is limited and she's cheated." Lin Che stood there with He Ying and shouted at him, "Gu Jingze, who are you talking about?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "It's okay. I'm here. You won't be cheated." "That won't do." Gu Jingze said, "All right, you're here. Where's the gift? You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" "Hey, who asks for a gift so directly? Can't you be more polite?" "I'm too polite with you. I'm worried that you won't understand with your IQ. Get lost." Even though he said that, He Ying still delivered the gift. "Give my niece a piece of jade. Come, niece, play with it." Even Lin Che curled his lips. "It's just a piece of jade. You're too stingy." However, Gu Jingze could tell that this piece of jade was not ordinary. "This jade, don't tell me it's an emerald bloodstained jade that was cut from that jade ring." "What?" Chapter 1153. Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze said, "This is a rare piece of chicken blood jade, but it's different. It's surrounded by a circle of emeralds. This piece of emeralds has been affected by the chicken blood jade all year round, so it's hard to tell that it's an emerald green. You can only see it when it's broken on the inside. That's why this piece of jade is one of a kind. It was given to the most powerful woman in the dynasty, the Empress Dowager, as a tribute. It was used to describe the Empress Dowager as a fresh flower in a field of green, 1 in a million. Later, it was made into a jade thumb ring. The thumb ring was broken later, but it's still kept in the museum." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. "Wow, that's amazing." Lin Che immediately beamed with vanity. He grabbed the jade pendant and chuckled. "You don't have to be so polite." Wait a minute, Lin Che suddenly remembered that it was kept in the museum. Now, she looked up. "Where did you get it from?" "Oh, I thought that it's useless to buy you anything. Don't we have everything at home?" I thought I might as well look for a special gift. I went to the place with the most collections and said that I wanted to give it to someone, so I asked the curator for it. Only God knew how he asked for it. He even went to the place with the most collections. Of course, the museum had the most collections, but which normal person would go there to find something to give to someone? Lin Che said, You. Is this legal? Return it. Return it. The Black Eagle said, How is it illegal? He gave it to me. That's impossible. It's a museum. But it can't be illegal. Gu Jingzi said, Forget it. He took the jade pendant and looked at the small Buddha statue. He could see that the carving was not bad. He must have put in a lot of effort. Of course, if he didn't put in a lot of effort when carving such a good piece of jade, it would be a waste of such a rare thing. He said, All right, it looks good on her. Let her keep it. He lowered his head and stroked the little child who was looking around with her eyes wide open. She was a beautiful child. She was so young, but her eyelids were big. She had a pair of delicate eyes and was very charming. Her eyes were dark and bright like pearls, making people like her just by looking at her. Black Hawk said, Hee, in the end, it's still my gift that's better. Gu Jingzi said, Not bad. TSK, you really dote on your little princess, keeping all the good stuff for yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to give it to his daughter, he probably wouldn't have accepted it. Gu Jingzi raised his head and said, Isn't this what you should do as an uncle? Hey, it wasn't easy for me to get here. Don't take it for granted. Although Black Hawk was a little messy, she understood his intentions. At this moment, he was thinking about what he could give back to him. He really didn't know what Black Hawk liked. No, she definitely knew that there was someone he liked. Mu Firen. She thought of this and smiled at him. Oh yeah, when are you free? We can go on a trip together. Travel. What's the point? Well, it's fine if you don't want to go. Anyway, I'm going to take Firen and the baby on a trip. We used to find a place for vacation every year, but we haven't had this opportunity since I got pregnant. Black Hawk's eyes lit up when he heard Mu Firen's name. Really? Where do you go for vacation? Are you ready now? Hee, I'll tell you when the time comes. If you want to go, remember that you'll pay for the travel expenses, room expenses, and meals. Hey, why should I? Black Hawk said. Lin Che said, That's the rule. If you don't want to go, it's fine. Black Hawk looked at Lin Che and then at Gu Jingzi. As expected, a married daughter is like spilled water. Gu Jingzi said, We have to leave the money for your nephew and niece. We have to save it. Black Hawk chuckled. Your money is enough for them to spend for several lifetimes. Don't try to fool me. Okay. I'll think about it. Let's check my schedule. Lin Che knew that Black Hawk's words meant that he agreed. She chuckled and leaned against Gu Jingzi, saying, Do you think I'm becoming more and more thrifty in managing my family? Yes, you're right. Black Hawk looked at the couple angrily. You're not thrifty anymore. You're cheating people. Humph. Lin Che went online to look for good places to go. There were many places that were suitable for vacation. If he wanted to take the baby there, he had to consider what the baby would like. He chose a few places and was going to discuss with Mu Firen. Now that the baby was born and Mu Firen had nothing to do with it, they could probably go for a walk together. This was a good opportunity. He continued to play the game at night. As soon as he got online, he was tracked. Before Lin Che could react, the person who was tracking him flew down. Lin Che took a look and saw that the other party had set off fireworks on the spot. For a moment, the fireworks were scattered all around, and a few lines of words immediately appeared on the line. Player, Moonlit Night Demon Island, set off, perfection, fireworks for player, hope of the village. All players in Chang and will receive double EXP for 1 hour. Player, Devil Island Moonlit Night, set off, I love you for 10,000 years, fireworks for player, hope of the village. All players in Chang and will be rewarded with double experience for 1 hour. Lin Che felt dizzy when he saw these lines of words. What the fuck is Li Mingyu playing this time? Li Mingyu, what are you doing? Lin Che looked for his character and asked. These fireworks were bought with money, so they weren't expensive. However, not many people would set off a bunch of fireworks in the game for no reason. This was because after fireworks were set off, the people in the same city would receive double EXP. Therefore, when they saw players setting off fireworks, many people would come to the city to bask in their glory. Li Mingyu was still setting off fireworks. Someone was already shouting in the World Channel. That's enough. I have enough for 24 hours. Tycoon, continue tomorrow. Someone else said, wait for me. I'm in the middle of a war. I'm going to Chang'an soon. I'll set it off later, Tycoon. While everyone was worshipping the Tycoon, Lin Che was being chased around by Li Mingyu. Lin Che said, are you crazy, Li Mingyu? Do you want to die? Li Mingyu chuckled. Is it fun? Do the flowers look good? I'll give them to you. Scram. Because of him, her extremely embarrassing name had been circulating in the world for a long time. However, Li Mingyu was not ready to give up. He continued to set off fireworks, causing the World Channel to speculate. Who is the new Tycoon? Is he going to give up for a day? Tycoon, please take care of me. Who is the hope of the village? Why is he being doted on by the Tycoon? Fuck, I just saw that Feng Ling Tian, who was first on the rich leaderboard, has been pushed down. Devil Island Moonlit Night is now first. Chapter 1154. This is a new account, right? He's already in first place. How much money did he spend? The previous first place seemed to have spent a few million a year. Then how many million did he spend in a few days? While everyone was still guessing, Li Mingyu had already made a new move. He directly said in the world chat, everyone, I'm going to give the Phoenix Rainbow dress as a reward to a unique woman. If anyone is willing to sell it to me, I'm willing to pay 2 million for it. Please contact me if you manage to get it. 2 million, was it real or fake? The gangs that were participating in the battle were instantly roused. It took a lot of effort for a normal person to earn 2 million. If one battle could earn 2 million, why not? All of a sudden, the people who invested in the Son of War became even more invested. Now, this battle was no longer a matter of honor. It was directly linked to money. They weren't professionally sports players, and none of them wanted esports prize money. They just wanted to play games, but 2 million from one battle was crazy. Lin Che, on the other hand, was completely crazy. All of a sudden, countless people came over to add her. She felt like her computer was about to explode. Looking at the verification, many people didn't even know who she was. They just said, pretty lady, get to know each other. Tycoon, let's be friends. Tycoon, can you introduce me to the great moon god? Fuck, she just wanted to play a game. She didn't want to cause trouble. Li Mingyu, this troublemaker, he really knew how to find things for her to do. She opened the chat window and asked Li Mingyu, hey, do you have too much money to spend? Yeah, how did you guess? You're so smart. Lin Che felt that she shouldn't continue talking to him, lest she die from anger. Just then, someone found Lin Che. Hey, Hope, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Lin Che looked at the chat window. It was a person who looked familiar, but he didn't know him. He said, "My girlfriend likes this dress. Can't you ask your boyfriend to give it up?" He's not my boyfriend. He's a lunatic. I can't control him," Lin Che said. "Stop it. If he's not your boyfriend, why would he spend so much money on you?" I said he's crazy. How would I know why he's spending so much money? Lin Che said. As he spoke, he took a look at the rankings. This is the Feng Ling Tian who was previously ranked first on the wealth list. At this moment, a female character appeared next to him. She looked like a support character and was wearing casual clothes. She was quite pretty and her name was a couple with Feng Ling Tian. She was called Falling Rain of the World. This must be his girlfriend. However, what infuriated Lin Che was that she immediately said, "Your boyfriend is a little too much. Isn't it wrong of him to come and snatch what he likes?" Hey! The things that she liked were the rewards of the great battle, and anyone could snatch them. How did it become snatching her things? Rain in the world and wind dominating the heavens had always been at the peak of the game. The two of them had been together for 2 years, and everyone knew who they were. Who would have thought that such a person would appear and steal all of their limelight? Usually, Falling Rain would speak arrogantly to everyone in the game. This was because the leader of the biggest gang in the region was her man. No one dared to bully her no matter where she went. However, Lin Che didn't fall for this. He looked at her and said, "Firstly, he's not my boyfriend. Secondly, that's not yours, so it can't be considered snatching. Alright, I'm leaving. If you guys want to find trouble, go find Demon Island. Don't look for me." Unexpectedly, just as Lin Che was about to leave, she said, "If he's not your boyfriend, then he's your lover. Is he trying to keep you and spend so much money on you?" Her words were a lot more unpleasant to hear. Lin Che was playing a character that was extremely powerful. He looked very valiant and heroic. He held a spear in his hand and he would raise it at anyone and start fighting. However, just as she was about to hit him, she saw the man and woman of the opposing team come up and beat Lin Che to death. Fuck. Lin Che was so angry that he shouted at the computer, "No way. 2 against 1. You can't bully me like that." However, the main point was that her character didn't have any useful equipment. She had just maxed out her level and didn't have anything. Her maneuvering was also terrible. This made her very angry. Gu Jingze heard it. He was reading some documents at the back. He looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Che turned around and said, "I'm so angry." She told him what happened and said speechlessly, "What does it have to do with me? Some people have money to burn and have nothing to do. They even dragged me down with them." Gu Jingze frowned. This Li Mingyu really had a lot of problems. He said, "Let me take a look." When he went up, he saw Li Mingyu talking to her. "Lin Che, don't worry, I've avenged you. Tell me, why did you get killed?" "They're not killing you, you're dead. The key is that they're slapping my face. Really, I have to take revenge. I've already said, whoever can kill the 2 of them, I'll give $10,000 for each kill. I want to see how they're going to survive here." Lin Che was speechless. However, he saw Gu Jingze pick up the keyboard and start typing. After a while, a message was sent. "Yes, slapping my butt is the same as slapping your face." Lin Che was even more speechless. Li Mingyu felt that something wasn't right. Hey, I'm on your side. You can't say that to me. Where are you?" "At Guanghan Manor." "Wait for me." Gu Jingze quickly arrived at the place. He studied it for a while and then used his skill. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Gu Jingze, how do you know how to play this?" Gu Jingzi said, I don't. Then why do you know how to use skills? Guide. Lin Che looked carefully. There was indeed a guide on the side. Just like that, he read the guide as he played. Gu Jingzi, who had a photographic memory, displayed his genius advantage at this time. He quickly arrived at the place and saw Li Mingyu fighting monsters. He was wearing godly equipment and it was really cool. He finished killing monsters in an instant and didn't even need a second attack. When he saw Lin Che, a line of words appeared above his head. Cici, you're here. Cici, you didn't see how I looked when I helped you take revenge. It was so cool. Lin Che watched from behind and broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that Gu Jingzi seemed to be emitting a cold aura. However, he was still expressionless. Maybe it was all his own imagination. At this moment, he saw that just as he said that, Gu Jingzi had already dashed over and stabbed him with his spear. Li Mingyu cried out, Hey, Cici, why did you hit me? Of course, Gu Jingzi wouldn't listen to what he said. After a single stab, he only drew a line of blood. After all, Li Mingyu's equipment was too strong. Chapter 1155. However, Gu Jingzi didn't want to fight him head-on. Li Mingyu went up from below. He was still cursing. Lin Che, are you crazy? At the same time, he also started to lower his guard and took the initiative to attack. However, this game was actually very balanced. Even if your equipment was very strong, it didn't mean that you could kill 1,000 people alone. Technique and mechanics were still very important. After one attack, only one line of blood came out. After all, Li Mingyu's equipment was too strong. Therefore, Gu Jingzi kept attacking. He circled around Li Mingyu, dodging and attacking at the same time. After a while, Li Mingyu began to curse. Lin Che, what are you doing? Hey, Lin Che, you're good. Damn, Lin Che, your hand speed is so fast. Lin Che, you know how to play. How did you die? After shouting for a while, he seemed to understand. Aw, damn, you're not Lin Che. Lin Che definitely doesn't have this skill. Who are you? Gu Jingzi, why are you so nosy? Gu Jingzi, just you wait. Say something. If you don't say anything, do you think I won't know it's you? He had already turned on his voice chat. At this moment, the sound of him tapping on the keyboard and cursing at Gu Jingzi could be heard from the computer. But Gu Jingzi was very calm, as if he couldn't hear him. Slowly, although his health dropped slowly, Li Mingyu still couldn't hold on. Lin Che hadn't even seen what Li Mingyu was trying to do, when Li Mingyu used a skill called Hook and pulled Li Mingyu, who was on the verge of escaping, back. Damn. Li Mingyu's screams came from the computer. Then, on the screen, Li Mingyu's character fell to the ground, dead. Li Mingyu's screams continued to echo. Gu Jingzi, you pervert. Why did you kill me? Just you wait. Gu Jingzi, what's the point of hiding behind Lin Che? If you have the guts, come out and let's fight openly. Seeing that you're a girl, I didn't want to kill you. If you have the guts, come out and play. Lin Che stared with his eyes wide open. Only now did he understand what a godly operation was. Every one of his movements was precise. His prediction of his opponent was precise as well. In an instant, he knew his opponent's intentions, remembered the cooldowns of his opponent's skills, and moved so elegantly that he dodged practically every attack from his opponent. Just now, Lin Che only felt that she was looking at his hands moving rapidly. In the face of an emergency, his hand speed made her feel confused. When Gu Jingzi was focused, he looked crazy, but also very attractive. Lin Che let out a cry of surprise. He looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Aw, you're amazing." Gu Jingze turned around and said, "Wait, I'm done." Lin Che found it strange. What else did he want? Wasn't he already dead? Gu Jingze walked around and put a few things into his account. These were the 3 pieces of equipment that Li Mingyu had dropped. They were all unbounded equipment. He had dropped 3 at once because Gu Jingze had tortured him for too long. Lin Che exclaimed, "Wow, you knocked his equipment off." "Wow, you're too amazing." She hugged Gu Jingze and kissed him. Not only did he kill him, but he also stole his equipment. Li Mingyu was probably going to die from anger. However, what was even more infuriating was yet to come. Next, Gu Jingze said directly, "Exchange for unbounded equipment. 3 of them. Change them to something that suits me. If you want it, message me privately. I'll give it to you if I like it." In an instant, the world went crazy. Everyone took a look. "Hey, isn't this unbounded equipment from Demon Island Moonlit Night?" Then, Demon Island Moonlit Night scolded in the World Channel, "Just you wait. Don't let me see you again. I'll kill you every time I see you." Everyone came to a realization after guessing. This equipment was dropped. Demon Island Moonlit Night was killed. How did the hope of the village become so amazing all of a sudden? She could even kill a tycoon with an unbounded equipment. But just now, Rain in the World was going around saying how she killed the hope of the village. What the hell was going on here? Lin Che went offline, satisfied. Seeing her phone ring, she knew that it was Li Mingyu. She snorted and didn't pick it up. She hugged Gu Jingze and said, "How did you do it? You're so amazing." Gu Jingze said, "I read the guide." Alright, she had read the walkthrough before, but her hands and brain couldn't coordinate well. She couldn't do what she wanted, and she couldn't think of what she could do. In any case, her mechanics were still as bad as ever. Sure enough, some outstanding people would shine wherever they went. Lin Che said, "I think I know how to make games." Gu Jingze said, "How?" "Create conflict. Only when there's fighting will it be attractive. Let people fight and let everyone participate in it. Wherever there's gossip, there'll be people. Whether it's in the entertainment industry or the gaming industry, it's all the same." Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile. As expected, this girl was also very perceptive. However, he wouldn't let her be so smug. He pinched her nose. "You're stupid. It's not that serious." Sigh, "Seriously, I'm a talented person too." Lin Che walked out with him. At the company, Yu Minmin called her and asked her if she was ready to make a comeback. Lin Che hadn't thought about it yet. The key was that she had been resting at home for a long time and hadn't been on TV for a long time. Thinking about it, once she made a comeback, it would mean that she would have to be on TV constantly. She was a little too lazy to move. However, she couldn't just stay at home all the time. She had to rely on one career to drive other careers. Lin Che said, "Sigh, does the company still need me now? I've been gone for so long. I feel like the fans have forgotten about me again." Yu Minmin said, "If you don't come back soon, it's really possible." "What?" "Starlight recently has a new group. That coquettish female lead is the female lead of Glory that went up against our rainbow dress. She's been very popular recently. These few days, she said that she's going to attend some film festival and walk the red carpet. It looks like she's going to break into Hollywood and become an international movie star. She's in the limelight and Starlight seems to be trying to crush us." Lin Che said, so unrestrained. "Alright then, I'll make some preparations and see when and how to make a comeback." Other people wouldn't have made her so excited, but Starlight had greatly aroused her dissatisfaction. If Starlight crushed them, she would definitely be unhappy. Yu Minmin laughed. Just you wait. I'll come up with a proposal for you tomorrow. Chapter 1156. Lin Che only answered Li Mingyu's call at night. Li Mingyu roared, "How dare you pick up my call, Lin Che?" Lin Che chuckled. "I didn't pick up because you kept nagging at me. That's why I picked up." "What are you doing?" Li Mingyu said, "Just tell me if it was Gu Jingzi today." "Why is it him? Can't it be me?" "Of course not. If you were smart, you wouldn't have been beaten up so badly." "Ha, only a pervert like Gu Jingzi could do something like that. He even tried to kill me." "Ha, childish." At this moment, he despised Li Mingyu for being childish. Didn't he see what childish things he had done? Li Mingyu was furious. He was having a good time in there, showing off and squandering, but he didn't expect that such an admirable god would be defeated by Gu Jingzi with just a few moves. Even his equipment had been sold by someone else. After that, even though Gu Jingzi had gone offline, everyone was still worshipping him. It was said that someone happened to pass by and recorded the scene of him getting beaten up. He posted the video on the forum. Immediately, someone took notice of Gu Jingzi and wanted to ask him who the village's hope was. They wanted to contact him and ask if he was interested in playing esports. How could Gu Jingzi be interested in playing esports? Their dream would never come true. But what made Li Mingyu angry was that everyone was saying that the village's hope was an almighty that was comparable to a professional sports player and he was a clown that was being beaten up. "What the fuck, how could this be?" Lin Che said. "I didn't go up to play." "How's it going now? The one who wanted to snatch the prize from you, the former number 1 nouveau riche, is he okay now?" "Ha, snatch what? I got it, of course." "You got it? Who did you give it to?" "Ha, I threw it away." "Did he throw it away after buying it for 2 million? Li Mingyu said proudly, "I was going to give it to you, but you ganged up with your husband to beat me up." "Humph, you don't have a share." "I threw it away." Lin Che said, "All right. I'll still congratulate you for getting it." The so-called number 1 nouveau riche in the past was actually unlucky to have met someone like Li Mingyu. He wasn't an ordinary nouveau riche. He definitely wouldn't care about that little bit of money. In terms of money, they couldn't compare to him. Lin Che sighed and said to him, "Oh yeah, I have a preliminary idea about this game. I'll tell you about it when I go to your company next time." "Alright, I'm free tomorrow. Come over." Lin Che couldn't help but admire Li Mingyu for setting up such a big company in such a short time. The building was well decorated, and it was full of employees. It didn't look like a company that had just moved here 2 months ago. After Lin Che entered, Li Mingyu was already waiting for him. Seeing Lin Che, Li Mingyu also said, "Wow, not bad. You're recovering so well." Lin Che said, "Cut the crap. Let's get straight to the point. Pfft, I've never seen someone like you. You actually get angry when I praise you. Don't you see how excited other women are when I praise them? They wear so little just so that I can praise them more. Look at you. Yeah, there are so many women waiting for you to praise them. I won't join in the fun. It's about the game." Lin Che opened up his folder and said his idea. First, balance. Then, variety of content. Then, positioning must be accurate. Then, the fighting skills must be strong and the resistance must be strong. Li Mingyu said, "Will it be hard for girls to like this? I still want to make a game for girls. When I open the game, it'll be full of women, hey, hey, hey. We're making a game, not a harem. What women are you talking about? Also, you know too little about women nowadays. When girls play games these days, they have to play with strong resistance, okay? We also like violent characters. Alright. With your skills, you're still a violent character. Get lost. However, Lin Che thought that it was necessary to lower the difficulty of the controls. It couldn't be as professional as Dota. At least it could be like LOL, where the controls were acceptable to both genders. Lin Che talked to him for a day. Li Mingyu immediately said, "Okay, I'm going to invest 200 million yuan. I'll start building a team for you tomorrow." Li Mingyu was really a classic example of doing what he said. He still had money. He didn't care about anything else. He didn't care if he would lose money. At most, he wouldn't make any money. The people were ready-made. He could just let her pick a few people from the company to do it. Lin Che said, "Okay, then I'll go and pick a few people." Li Mingyu immediately sent a director down and asked Lin Che to pick people with him. The director was very respectful to Lin Che, nodding and bowing as he followed behind. When she reached the HR department, she listened to the recommendation of the HR manager. She did pick a marketing team, but she still couldn't find a production team. She felt that the company's production team wasn't very good. Because they were too stubborn, they were definitely not as flexible as the outside world's ideas. Perhaps the production team would be too conventional. In that case, she wouldn't be weak. She should find a good team from the outside world that had stronger awareness and innovation. She made up her mind. She first met with the marketing team and said to everyone, "Hello everyone. I'm sure everyone knows who I am, so I won't introduce myself. In the future, there will be many opportunities for everyone to get to know each other." The director said, "Miss Lin, this is the veteran of our marketing department, Chen Lanshan." Chen Lanshan looked like a proud person. She looked at Lin Che and felt that she was a celebrity. She was afraid that the CEO had ulterior motives for suddenly bringing her over to work on this. Was it okay for a flower vase to start a company and do business? Chen Lanshan was proud and arrogant, so she only smiled at her. Lin Che said, "Okay, Manager Chen. The first thing we need to do now is to come up with a name for our team. Since we're affiliated with your original company, we'll be doing this independently as a studio. You can brainstorm and come up with a good name for our team. Let's not talk about other things first. If anyone knows a game production team, you can recommend them to me." Alright, meeting dismissed. Lin Che didn't say much, but it freed everyone up in an instant. It wouldn't be fun if they thought that she was going to shout slogans for the whole day. However, Lin Che was a practical person and didn't like to shout slogans. Moreover, she was busy and wanted to go home early to see her child. With that said, she left. The people behind watched as Lin Che left and said, "Looks like he didn't dawdle too much. That's good. Maybe he didn't want to do it seriously and was just playing around, so he didn't care. Hurry up and say a few words and leave. Leave it to us. If it's like this in the future, it's over." Chapter 1157. That's right. Maybe our CEO wants to please her, so he gave her a project. She wants to get close to our CEO and cooperate with him on a project. Anyway, her love life has implicated us. Everyone laughed and looked at Chen Lanshan. We're all fine, except for Manager Chin. She was pulled from the food project to play with us. Chen Lanshan was still cold and aloof. She packed up the documents and left. The people in the company were also looking forward to Lin Che's return. They prepared for the whole day. Xing Hui had been doing well recently, so they were a little worried. The company's competitiveness and reputation were growing day by day, and they had always been doing well in the industry. Although they were just a studio, they were not afraid of anyone. But it was impossible not to worry. There were a few newcomers from Xinghui. For Wu Yufei to be chosen as one of the little female stars, it was also extremely impressive. Because of the popularity of the popular IP, there were a lot of topics and exposure. They were followed by a newcomer group. Among them, the two most popular girls, one was said to be the current campus belle, and the other was said to be the most beautiful dancer. They immediately attracted a lot of attention. Yu Minmin knew that Xinghui would soon send their team to the film and television festival. Mu Firen and the others would be participating. They had already been selected as the judges for the best online drama of the year. There was also an innovation award. The team would send a few of the main producers to participate. Actually, Lin Che was also one of the main producers, so Yu Minmin sent Lin Che along. It could be considered a direct comeback. Lin Che knew what Yu Minmin was thinking. This time, when the online drama became popular, she would appear with it. There would be more topics and more exposure. No matter what, she would be able to get some benefits from the online drama. Lin Che was going to another city to participate in the show. Gu Jingze couldn't bear to see her go, so he personally sent her to the airport. Lin Che walked out and put her arms around his neck. She tiptoed and looked at him. "I'll be back in 2 days. Okay, take care of yourself. Don't worry, take care of yourself too. Don't move your arms. It would take 100 days to recover from an injury." Although he looked much better, he still shouldn't use too much strength. Gu Jingze pulled her over and planted a wet kiss on her lips. It was very light, but his tongue had already gone in. After sucking on her lips for a while, he let go of her gently. Lin Che blushed, but Yu Minmin and Mu Firen didn't want to talk anymore. Nangong Yu coughed dryly and turned his head away. Didn't they already have 2 children? How could they still be so affectionate after leaving for 2 days? Moreover, they were still alive. They were still watching. Such a direct, wet kiss. I can even see our tongues. Is this really alright? Gu Jingze obviously treated them like air and left right after he finished talking to Lin Che. Yu Minmin said, "Oh my god, Lin Che, do you still care about us?" Nangong Yu said, "Nonsense. Maybe she still has it in her eyes, but Gu Jingze definitely doesn't. Let's go." Lin Che's face was red as he said, "What? It's just a kiss," Yu Minmin said. "You call that a kiss? That affectionate and selfless love, you can even see the tongue. It's too wet, too passionate, too. It's definitely an X-rated experience, okay? It's not that obvious." Lin Che protested, "You must have seen wrongly. It's not that passionate." Mu Firen smiled and said, "Alright, you were probably too engrossed just now and didn't notice. But it's true. President Gu's kiss was so wet, it's impossible for him not to be engrossed. We understand, so you don't have to explain. You're bullying me together. Ha 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 ha." The few of them chatted and laughed as they went to meet up with the others in the company. Just as they walked over, they saw Lin Che, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. The last time they saw her, her belly was already bulging. Now that she suddenly offered her body and stood with the other women, they couldn't help but feel amazed. She didn't look like she had just unloaded the cargo and gave birth. Her legs were still so slender, and her waist was still so soft and narrow. Needless to say, her face was still so fair and tender. When she waved her slender fingers, she looked like a goddess. Many women were envious of Lin Che's recovery speed after giving birth. "Sister Che. Sister Che, you're back. Sister Che, you look like you're recovering really well. In other words, Sister Che, do you have any secret recipes?" Lin Che smiled helplessly. "I don't have any secret recipes." "What secret recipes?" She also felt that some female celebrities who were so good after giving birth must not have eaten when they were pregnant. She recovered so quickly. She was probably very cruel to herself. But even if she wanted to be cruel, Gu Jingze wouldn't let her be. It was true that she didn't go on a diet, nor did she exercise. She just slimmed down on her own. Perhaps it had something to do with her physique. Her absorption wasn't good, and no matter how much she ate, she would still poop it out. When she said that to Gu Jingze scolded her and told her not to talk nonsense. She said, "If you don't believe me, you can take my papa for a test. It's definitely no different from what you ate." Gu Jingze, everyone was originally worried that Lin Che would be discovered to have given birth soon after giving birth. But from the looks of it now, their worries were all gone. She was no different from before. On the plane, everyone discussed their itinerary. They drove to the hotel to stay, then rushed to the venue after putting on makeup. However, they didn't expect to be surrounded the moment they got off the plane. The media already knew that Lin Che appeared at the Film and Television Festival with Mu Firen's crew. The Film and Television Festival wasn't that important. It was a film and television festival organized by the Imperial Court. The judges were all people in the Imperial Court, not outsiders. So, many people felt that it was a big deal, and the audience didn't care about the results. In any case, they knew who was going to win the award. But this didn't stop them from watching their idol. So, there were still a lot of media chasing after them. All of a sudden, the airport was a little difficult to control. Many fans at the periphery followed the media when they saw the crowd. Wu Yufei and the others, who landed at the same airport, felt a little strange. Who's in front? There are so many people. It looks like Mu Firen and the others. They're past their prime and are here to make up the numbers, the manager behind them said. Chapter 1158. Hearing this, Wu Yufei was a little worried. Brother Liang, is it really okay for us to come here together? Don't we have to take another route? Her manager, Liang Shan, was the #1 manager of Starlight. Starlight had specially poached him so that he could lead Starlight's artists. He didn't disappoint Starlight. Sure enough, he promoted a few newcomers and made Starlight famous in the industry. Liang Shan wasn't a kind person. He looked at Wu Yufei and said, "What are you afraid of? I already said that they are outdated. Why are you so afraid? You're still young and you'll be more popular than them in the future. How can you be so afraid of an outdated female star? You're too timid. Be braver. Don't embarrass Starlight." Hearing this, Wu Yufei could only straighten her back and walk forward. Since her manager had said so, she could only go and take a shower. She was worried that the media would say that she was trying to gain popularity, so she didn't dare to come out together. However, Liang Shan didn't allow her to avoid it, so she could only bite the bullet and go forward. At this moment, as expected, the media spotted Wu Yufei. "Isn't that Wu Yufei?" "Oh, it's her." Everyone was watching and Wu Yufei heard someone calling her name. She felt that she wouldn't lose by much. Liang Shan also shouted, "See? Mu Firen is the one who should be afraid. What are we afraid of?" Mu Firen saw Wu Yufei at a glance. She said to Lin Che beside her, "Did you see that? It's a small world." Lin Che looked and said to Mu Firen, "Isn't there a saying that goes, it's not scary to wear the same clothes, it's the ugly ones who are afraid. Our circle is like that. It's not scary to coincide, it's not scary to be popular." Lin Che said, "This is the time to test our popularity. We're not afraid." Mu Firen smiled. Seeing the media coming, she said to Lin Che, who hadn't shown up for a long time, "Lin Che, where have you been? Guess. Lin Che smiled. The media said, some people guessed that you went to get married. No, I didn't, Lin Che said. Where did you go then? Lin Che said, didn't I go to be a producer? I came back with my results today. No, the fans don't believe it. Okay. What do they believe? I think you went to get married. I really didn't. She had already been married a long time ago. Why would she still want to get married? Then you are, she is indeed with a man. When Lin Che said this, everyone exploded. Is she admitting to a relationship? Although there would be scandals every time she cooperated with others, and she even had a scandal with Gu Jingyu for a long time, she had never admitted to any of it. How could he admit his relationship now? Who? Are they in or out of the industry? Are you getting married? Are you going to give birth? The media immediately transformed into a group of aunties and started asking questions. Lin Che chuckled. Well, it's still a secret for now. I can only say that I hope everyone can give me some freedom. I hope that I can happily date like an ordinary person. That's why I've been away for so long. Thank you, everyone. Announced their relationship. This was truly a killing machine. Although she only said that she was in love and didn't say who it was enough for the media to chase after her like crazy. It would definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Lin Che was too explosive. The first thing she did after her comeback was to admit that she had a boyfriend. Everyone immediately started guessing, wondering who the boyfriend was. The media immediately started thinking about the possible candidates for her boyfriend. Everyone in and out of the industry had thought about it. But they really didn't have a definite answer. Because many of Lin Che's good friends in the industry were men and they were on good terms. It didn't seem like they would be together. Outside the industry, she had a lot of good friends. They looked pretty good and some of them even confessed to her. But none of them seemed reliable. At this moment, Lin Che naturally didn't know that because of her casual words, the outside world was making wild guesses in a short but seemingly short period of time. She only smiled at everyone and apologized, saying that she had to leave first to get her makeup done. How could the media be willing to follow her? They chased after her like a long line all the way out of the airport gate. They didn't even look at Wu Yufei, who was behind them. Wu Yufei was swept past by the media. She stood there and felt a cold wind blowing past her. She was dumbfounded. No way. They didn't even see her. Wu Yufei was on the verge of tears. Brother Liang, my popularity is so low now. Is it because I haven't had enough exposure recently? Liang Shan didn't expect it either. He looked outside and asked. Who is that? Brother Liang, it's Lin Che. Aw, damn it. Liang Shan gripped his phone and gritted his teeth. This Lin Che. But after gritting his teeth for a long time, he could only put down his phone and say to Wu Yufei, it has nothing to do with you. This Lin Che is poisonous. The industry was already convinced by Lin Che. She always had her own way of making her presence known. Once she appeared, she would definitely become the focus of the media. Was it because she had some kind of charm? Actually, there was. For a celebrity to be able to stay popular, it had nothing to do with her beauty. It was mainly because of her uniqueness. And Lin Che's, too, made many fans feel close, special, interesting, and humorous. Anyway, she was different from those flirtatious bitches out there. And Lin Che liked to make fun of herself. Sometimes, even if she didn't make fun of herself, others would like to make fun of her. She made fun of herself and it made her look cute. Moreover, Lin Che was indeed pretty. And every time she appeared in a movie or television series, her acting skills were pretty good. She relied on her acting skills to speak and had such a unique personality. Naturally, she was popular. Liang Shan only felt that it was a pity. He had never met such a good artist in his life. But as an opponent, he hated this person to death, damn it. Bad luck. Forget it, it's fine. Let's go on our way. Don't care about her. Liang Shan could only comfort Wu Yufei, you can't do anything about it. It has nothing to do with your popularity. It's just that you met Lin Che. It's not like you don't know that Lin Che is like this. Forget it, let's go to the television festival. Wu Yufei could only cry. She had already said that she would go somewhere else. But now, no one cared about her. It was so embarrassing. The next time she met Lin Che, she really had to hide far away. When Lin Che got into the car and looked at the trending searches online, she realized that she had actually announced her relationship. Damn, when did I announce my relationship? I just said that I have a boyfriend. These people. The boyfriend candidates that they had chosen. Many of them had nothing to do with each other, okay? Chapter 1159. Mu Firen said, that's enough. That's what they want. You said you were with a man, so of course they will say that you announced your relationship. Don't worry, they will ask you who you are until you tell them the truth. I didn't expect this to happen. She was really just saying it casually. She wasn't used to lying directly, so she always talked about him. Who knew this time? Mu Firen shook her head and said, but the media threw Wu Yufei over there just now. I guess they are very upset now. Lin Che spread out his hands. It's their fault for treating our studio like this. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to make enemies with them. It's them who chased after us for no reason. It's too annoying. Yeah, they don't care about their reputation to make money. The company I used to work for was the same. Mu Firen said with a sarcastic smile. Lin Che said, it's okay. We care. You won't go back to that shabby place anymore. Mu Firen held hands with her. When Lin Che mentioned the trip in the near future, Mu Firen agreed immediately. However, Lin Che didn't say that he would bring Black Eagle with him. I'll explain it then. It'll be the same. Moreover, her intuition told her that Mu Firen would agree to go with Black Eagle. The awards at the film festival were all expected. However, when Ni Shang went online, Lin Che went on stage with the main cast to receive the award. The host looked at Lin Che and asked a few more questions. Lin Che smiled and said, this time, we are able to appear here with a new identity. Thank you everyone for your support. We will definitely perform better next season. The host said quickly, will you come back to film? Of course. I'll come back to the screen. Thank you, everyone. Lin Che didn't say much because he didn't want to steal everyone's screen time. Actually, none of them cared because they were all familiar with each other and didn't care about these things. Then, at the backstage celebration party, Lin Che sat at the same table as everyone and was receiving congratulations from many people. At this moment, Liang Shan also came over. Hey, Lin Che. Lin Che stood up and didn't know this person. On the side, Mu Firen said, it's Brother Liang, the famous agent of Fenghua in the circle. Although Lin Che had never seen him before, he had heard of him before. He smiled and said, Brother Liang, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I wanted to say hello to you at the airport, but there were too many reporters surrounding you, so I couldn't get past. Is that so? We didn't notice it when we came. Sorry. No. You guys are too popular. The media and fans are surrounding you. Of course we can't go in. Hee, you're too polite. Not at all, not at all. Come, Yufei, come over and get to know Senior. Senior Lin is so powerful, you must learn from him. Wu Yufei came forward and looked at Lin Che and Mu Firen nervously. Lin Che and Mu Firen looked at each other and greeted him with a smile. This was a direct introduction, a demonstration in front of him. Lin Che smiled and said, well said, well said. Haven't you guys been learning from us? Although we started 2 years earlier, we still have some experience. You can learn as much as you want and learn well. They had been imitating Lin Che's studio for a long time. Hearing what they said, Liang Shan did not feel unhappy at all. He still smiled and said, is that so? That's a coincidence, a coincidence. However, Yufei will definitely learn from Senior. After all, she's still young and doesn't know anything. This is the disadvantage of being young. Sigh, she has to learn everything. Look, she's so scared when she sees a senior. Was he talking about age? Lin Che thought, sure enough, every generation is the same. She has played this trick a long time ago. She chuckled and said, yes, learn well. I hope you can continue to be active when you're my age. Hearing this, Liang Shan narrowed his eyes and looked at her. How arrogant. However, she was right. She had been active for so many years, and she was still so active. That was not something an ordinary movie star could do. She was the only one left who came out at the same time as her. That meant one thing. She had a high chance of becoming an A-list movie star. She would become a true heavenly queen. That was not something that could be decided by a movie queen award. Instead, she would become a true heavenly queen. Just like Mu Firen, she had been popular for more than 10 years. In the end, she left because she did not want to do it anymore. This was how many years later, she would leave her name in history. At this moment, Liang Shan felt that if this kind of artist could not be used by him, it would be best to get rid of her as soon as possible. It was really troublesome now. It was not easy to get rid of her, and it was not something that could be done in a year or two if he wanted to surpass her. He took a deep look at Lin Che before leaving. Lin Che and the others checked into the hotel. At night, they saw that as soon as Lin Che appeared, he was immediately pulled up by the major news outlets. Lin Che's studio had already answered a few questions. They said that Lin Che's immediate plan was to continue filming a reality show. Their embarrassing tour was about to start filming soon. Then, they would slowly choose the script. That was the specific plan. As for the rest, they would think about it as they watched. When Lin Che announced the news of his comeback, the script had actually started to be sent to her email. However, Lin Che really did not have time to read so much. After staying here for a day, he had already received a few. Mu Firen looked at it and said, this is your first show. Choose carefully. Lin Che said, I'm still confused. I'll take my time to read it. At this moment, they heard a sound coming from outside. Lin Che said, it's already so late. What's going on outside? The place they were staying at was a resort hotel. So, they got a hotel villa to stay in. It was more comfortable for them to stay in the same villa. At this moment, a sound came from outside and they saw a car driving up to the door. Lin Che said in surprise, who is it? At this moment, the person outside had already gotten out of the car and knocked on the door. He looked down and saw that it was the Black Eagle. Why was the Black Eagle here? Lin Che naturally understood that it was all for Mu Firen, but what was he doing? Lin Che opened the door and said, what are you doing? The Black Eagle said, didn't you say you're going on a holiday? I checked your schedule. You're leaving today and you can stay for a week. Choose a place and let's go. Damn, they were leaving now. Was there something wrong with him? You. How could you check our schedule so casually? Their schedules were all at the company. How did he find out? It was obvious that he had sent someone to the company to interrogate them. Mu Firen was also very surprised. Mr. Mo is going too. Lin Che turned around and said, "Don't look at me." He insisted on coming. Chapter 1160. Haiying said, "Lin Che asked me to pay for it." Lin Che was stunned. This Haiying was really good at pretending. However, looking at Mu Firen, she could only smile and say, "Firen, it's okay. We can't refuse someone who is willing to pay for it. Let's go. Since they're here, let's pack up and leave." Mu Firen still wanted to ask what was going on, but Lin Che had already turned around and pulled Mu Firen inside. They told the company that they wouldn't go with the team and would go on a vacation. Nangong Yu glanced at the car outside and chuckled. He said sourly, Good. They abandoned us just like that. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that a big shot has come to pick us up. Lin Che said, "Go on. I'll introduce a big shot to pick you up if you're capable." Okay. Wait for me here when you're done. Pfft, Mu Firen laughed. Nangong Yu said, Okay. I don't care if it's a big shot. Okay. Take a picture of my butt first and I'll help you see if anyone likes it. Okay. You're too picky. Mu Firen couldn't stand it anymore. Nangong Yu was still glaring at her with his arms crossed. Seeing that Haiying was here to pick Mu Firen up, the other people in the company understood immediately. As the Black Hawk had been chasing after Mu Firen for a long time, they were already used to it. They just sighed when they saw the Black Hawk leave and stood there watching the two goddesses leave. Lin Che and Mu Firen sat in Haiying's car. Haiying asked them to choose a place, but Lin Che didn't have any idea. He just wanted to match Haiying with Mu Firen. Haiying said directly, "Let's go to the island. I know a good island." Okay. Since you're the one who pays the most, we'll go wherever you want. Lin Che chuckled. Although he wasn't short of money, it still felt good to cheat people of their money. Lin Che called Gu Jingze and they met up on the coast of the South Sea. After waiting on the beach for a long time, he saw a ship sailing directly towards him. Damn it, it looks a little weird. Lin Che looked at the Black Hawk. Is this a cruise ship? Haiying glared at her. Why do you care what it is, as long as it can send you there? Lin Che felt that something was wrong. Why did the cruise look different from the one she had taken in the past? The size was the same, but it looked tough from the outside. At this moment, a voice came from behind. This is a warship. It was Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze had just gotten out of the car. He was looking ahead and walking over. When Lin Che saw Gu Jingze, he was pleasantly surprised at first. Then, he immediately thought of what Gu Jingze had said. What the hell? Warship. Lin Che said, Hey. Why did you get a warship? This one is fast. Black Hawk said indifferently, Let's go. It wasn't easy to get them. Isn't it to shorten the time we have to go? Where are the children? Gu Jingze said, We're almost there. Right after he said those words, he saw Yun, Nian, and the newborn tot being brought over. Lin Che immediately walked over to pick up the child. When Nian saw the warship in front, he immediately came over. Isn't this a warship? Black Hawk said, How about it? Do you want to drive it? Gu Xinian nodded immediately. Lin Che shouted from behind, "No. It's so dangerous." Black Hawk said, "Don't worry. It's not dangerous at all. The radar detects reefs. There aren't any reefs along the way. Don't worry." I said no means no. Do you still want to go or not? Lin Che glared at Black Hawk, his eyes burning. Black Hawk could only put his hands on his hips and give up in disdain. He hugged Gu Xinian and said, "Forget it. We'll go find Uncle next time. Uncle has a lot of good stuff." "No." Lin Che said immediately, "Nian Nian, don't play with your uncle." Black Hawk was speechless. "What's wrong with me?" Lin Che narrowed his eyes and glared at him. "What's wrong with you?" He was so unreliable, yet he still dared to say anything. He didn't care about anything. There were so many dangerous things. How could he let Nian Nian pass? Gu Xinian looked at Black Hawk deeply and didn't say anything. Gu Jingze naturally saw it, but he didn't care about him. He went over to take the child and said, "Let's go." The group walked to the ship. No, to the warship. Lin Che took a look. The warship was huge. On it, there were soldiers. Naturally, warships weren't allowed to be driven out unless there were active personnel on board. Lin Che couldn't help but ask, "Hey, how did you get such a thing to bring us along?" Black Hawk said, "There weren't any other ships at the moment, so I asked someone to borrow one." He was really shameless to a certain extent. Lin Che thought that he really wanted to see how he usually borrowed things from people next time. Why was it that people were so generous to him, lending him things just like that? And it was also his attitude that made it impossible for people not to borrow things. Behind them, Gu Jingze said leisurely, "This ship is so well equipped. You borrowed Navy 387's ship." Black Hawk said, "Yeah." Gu Jingze said, "You borrowed it directly from Commander-in-Chief Liu." "Yeah." Lin Che said, "Who's that?" Gu Jingze said, "Commander-in-Chief." Lin Che rolled his eyes. This Black Hawk was really bold. Black Hawk said, We're old friends. He knows that I won't break it. It's just one person. Also, I said that I'm bringing your wife and child out. Isn't it safer to bring a warship and an army?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. "I'll tell him next time. Don't listen to your nonsense." "Am I not telling the truth?" Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered with him. He said to Nian Nian, "Don't play with Uncle next time." "Very good." He finally felt that way. Nian Nian looked up at Black Hawk. He felt that he was quite impressive. It was his first time on a warship, and it felt different. As expected, it was much faster. They arrived at the island directly. There was only a small town on the island. It was a tourist attraction with many people. They arrived at a resort that he had booked. When they entered, there was no one. Lin Che was still muttering, "The resort is so quiet." "Black Hawk, did you choose the right place?" Black Hawk looked up at her. "What's wrong?" "I purposely chose the resort with the most people." "Then why is there no one here?" "I saw that there were too many people. I was afraid that you guys would find it noisy, so I chased them away." "Bandits." Lin Che felt that she couldn't understand Black Hawk's thinking anymore. She had never seen such a stubborn person. Why did he think of everything differently from others? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.